Fuck. All right. Well, last we left off, Azzura got her body back, and the party was met outside the Everbright Forge by a platoon of Lorethian guards, who marched them straight into a holding cell and commenced interrogations. Some went well, some not so much. Some could have went a lot worse, and some were done by a horrifying, strange individual who can shapeshift. As Aska was once again greeted by some sort of assassin who seemed to have no interest in actually committing his murder that he was sentenced to do. Along the way, Blair was confronted by Kaishari, a strange figure from her family past, and who seemed to, if not know who she was, know that she was not all she said she was. Given a ultimatum of sorts of either go on this quite possibly a very dangerous journey, or be subject to a furthering investigation, as the heir to the Lorethian throne had died that night from his wounds sustained at the Empty Bard's armory. As they exited the jail and began to discuss about their next moves, Azzura, just a normal night for Azzura, went home with a very wealthy, little narcissistic guy, and quickly found herself in some hot water as she found a druidic shrine and was subsequently drugged. As the party went to sleep and got their long rest, so reset hit points, spells, and the like.
I was gonna make a joke about that, but I don't think anyone in the room else would get it besides maybe you.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Alexa, play Date Rape by Sublime.
Yeah, but oh my god! And this is why the video is 18 plus. Oh man, that's good. Yeah.
Viewer discretion advised.
Talad, we'll go ahead and start with you as you wake up in a warm, very warm sweat. You are swimming in a puddle on your sheets. As you get up and gasp, the sunlight hits you and you see the very early day sun. It's probably around 7 o'clock or so. You wake up having had a nightmare again, like normal, and seen another, to your best explanation, version of yourself die once again. But there's something else weighing on you. Something you can't quite put your finger on. But you wake up having your long rest, but not feeling rested at all.
Going like that.
As the rest of you also come to consciousness.
I was gonna make a side note before we ended. I was gonna try to fall asleep going through my spell book, just like trying to learn anything I could from the book.
Just putting in the reps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, just trying to learn anything that I didn't have chance to like go through, since I haven't really looked through my spell book a lot. So.
I would say you see a lot of empty pages. There's the original spells that Axiom put in there for you. To kind of get you started. And then there's a lot of just, like Bilbo handing Frodo the book and saying, there's a lot of empty pages in this. He left a lot of it to you.
Okay. Cool.
As the rest of you come to consciousness, you wake up clutching your notebook. What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna go down basically into the lobby after getting all my shit together. Start preparing my spells and stuff at a table, just sitting there reading. You know.
You're gonna wake up. You wake up before I do, and you'll just see me like clutching my spell book like this.
Uneasily, of course, but still praying and doing
I'm doing his morning routine. Yep.
I'll just get up and quietly make my way down and order the closest thing to coffee they have. The character does. I don't.
Morning stuff.
You go downstairs and you see the barkeep. And he looks like it's someone else from last night. It's an older human woman. And she sees her. Hello, love. What can I get you?
Do you have coffee or tea or?
Oh, well, we have various different kinds of tea. Yes. You want something with a little
bit
to
of
get you started?
A little wake up. Yes.
Absolutely. Just
Thank
wait a
you.
second. And she goes and
fresh breakfast biscuits, anything, something.
I'll see what we have. They're still preparing most of it. She goes and returns sometime later with these little like scones and some warm, steaming, caffeinated coffee. Or tea rather.
All right.
There's like still a little bit of some kind of leaf sitting.
Are
on
they
top of
hard
it.
scones or like soft?
They're not exactly on the soft side.
Okay.
It looks
I
like they
dip
may
it
have been
in-
from a day or two ago.
I dip it into the tea mix too, just to soften it up.
It's a strange mix, but it's food. Blair, what are you doing?
So,
You three slept together. We three slept together.
right.
Wild night.
We're leaving?
When you say it like that,
Just like
Yeah.
well, it's not really quiet when I put on my ring mail or fucking plate mail, chain, scale mail. That's what it's fucking called. Jesus.
So, I guess she'd look over, make sure Aska's like, okay, nights don't usually go well for her, as I've learned in the last couple of days. And if
As long
she
as
is
there's-
okay, then I would head downstairs.
So long as there's not a puddle of blood there, we're good.
Right?
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be any like in distress.
Alive.
Oh, she is breathing. Yes.
She'd
Yeah,
be
wanna smear?
Wasn't attacked by anything while I slept this time.
important distinctions.
everybody goes to sleep and wakes up like the ritual cast. Have you seen that movie?
So, head downstairs, see you with food. Decide it's a good idea.
I think first of all, Brawlerz is too loud as he's making so much noise putting on his whole thing.
Sounds like
And
pots
puts
and
a hand,
pans.
kneels in front of the breastplate, and like closes her eyes and tries to connect to whatever power answered her when she made the oath, but also just kind of traces his hand along the engravings that she made, and then dons the armor magically, so it kind of goes, and the billowing smoke and flame kind of reads her, and then she's covered in the thing. And then she goes down.
It's way easier than all of my straps. Sheesh.
I think you're gone at that point.
Yeah.
Get disguise self before I go downstairs. I forgot that step,
Okay.
but yes.
You guys all meet downstairs, and you're there for a little bit, kind of waking up, still like kind of morning small talk. And you notice that still no Azzura yet. Usually she slinks in sometime in the middle of the night, but it's daylight now, so take that. However you guys take that.
Any idea as to what time, roughly?
Oh yeah, little after 7, closer to 8, but it's like still early morning.
I asked the lady at the counter. I'm like, excuse me, did you see a taller? What color are you? Blue.
Bluish white, yeah.
A tall,
Alaska.
like bluish woman, elven woman, walk in sometime last night.
No, can't say I have. I to be fair, I've only been working for the past 2-3 hours or so.
Oh, okay. Do you know anyone who would?
Perhaps the last shift, Bernie?
but
He's already left for the day, I'm assuming.
I imagine he's maybe taking a nap at the moment. He does live nearby, but I don't know exactly where.
Thank you.
Of course.
So, I don't know where she's at, so...
Well, we could look the last place that we know she was.
That was here.
That was
That's
the,
here.
Well,
the bar.
where she was going.
Do we know where she was going?
Imagine the type of guy she was with makes himself known.
Why don't I use sending and see if I can contact her?
Good shot. Good idea.
Good idea.
Oh, okay.
Open your ear holes.
I can't hear. I have all of this sweat in there. I'm just swimming all the time.
You can't hear, you can't see.
I'm just
Dead
a cripple.
Blindness,
So broken. Blindness, deafness all the time. So he'll go ahead and
Anyway.
cast sending. Azzura, it's too loud.
Are you?
I hope this morning finds you well. Where are you? We are still at the tavern. Can we meet you?
The message comes through. It's a bit echoed, like he's speaking into a can, meters away from you. It's just, Azzura, 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 Azzura. You loosely realize that you are conscious in some way, and open your eyes and still see spinning around you browns and tans, and it's very hard. You can't make out anything really about your surroundings other than that you have some.
How's my movement? Restricted?
You get up and you like go up, and then up becomes very sideways, and you find yourself like scuttling across the floor on your side, and try to stand up again, and the world is just spinning. You are very disoriented.
Definitely horse tranquilizer.
You keep saying ketamine.
It's what people do.
Can I use my herbalist kit to like figure out an antitoxin for this at all?
I'd say you pull out your herbalist kit, and you see it, and you see like 4 different versions of it in front of you.
You were.
And you begin to move stuff around, and something falls out, and you go to pick it up, and you drop more things out of it. You're a mess. What are you doing?
I kind of just like groan, respond to Tulad. Don't know where the fuck I am. Just say, I've been drugged. Fucking bastard.
Say, as you say that, and you receive this message, Azzura, you hear footsteps from off to your right, and then you hear the echo off to your left, or maybe the person walked around you. You're not quite sure, but there is someone else in this space with you.
Fucked.
You receive this message from her.
Oh,
Oh?
we need to go.
Where?
Excellent question. We need to find out who that gentleman was.
Okay.
I wouldn't actually call them a gentleman at this point. It seems that Azzura was
Okay,
being
but
drugged.
did you get into contact with her?
Yes, she responded with a very sluggish response that said that she had been drugged. Fucking bastard, I quote. And that's all.
Okay, can you ask her where she is? Can you ask her who she was with?
Knowing Aska, she probably wouldn't get the name. But we did see him. He was a blonde gentleman. He had a shoulder coat.
Said the wrong name.
Sorry.
Aska just starts steaming.
Azzura?
My bad.
Could we do an illusion of him? Ask some people? I mean, I could
Did
look like
anybody
him,
get a
but-
good... I haven't been around all of you, but does she have like perfume or anything? Something distinct to her?
Would you?
Does Azzura
mean,
have
yeah,
a certain
but-
smell?
She would have a distinct perfume or whatnot.
Well, what I figured was
What?
looking
Yeah, peppermint would
what
make
the guy
sense.
That would actually
looked like. Maybe somebody knows where he lives.
I may be able to try and track her.
Oh?
Possibly.
Do any of us have anything from her?
No.
That shit from you.
There's nothing.
Why couldn't you go missing?
Nothing.
Other than my love.
I didn't get drugged. Damn it.
Wait. No, that wouldn't work. I was like, we find Bixby, but I don't think I find Bixby.
He's somewhere.
I gotta roll for my portent. It's not 11. Huh. 2 11s.
Those should come in handy.
Those should come in handy, actually.
Well, the only thing that we possibly have is the person who was working last night. Potentially won't come back till a couple hours later.
Well, no, all I was thinking was asking people around town, hey, do you know where this person may live?
I didn't get a good look at him.
Zura, I will say, as they are debating what to do, you hear the footsteps walk up to you, and you can tell that there's multiple sets. And you can hear not like footprints, but more like scuttering, like on gravel or loose dirt or something up to you. 2 hands on either side of your shoulders pick you up, and you are still disoriented, but can clearly see 2 or 4 or 8 or, oh geez, probably 2 sets of individuals, one a little shorter than the other one, both wearing green and obscuring any details, lift you up and begin to drag you out. The world's still spinning, but you can feel your feet dragging through this loose ground.
Fuck it, I'm going to take the initiative, and I'll polymorph into... It says a mastiff, but can I be Marmaduke?
Sure.
Cool. I turn into a dog, and I'm going to the door. I'm going to go sniff around the areas that we sat last night, where they went, and then out the door and see if I can maybe catch anything.
Alright, as you walk over to where they were sitting... What is Marmaduke? A Great Dane?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I don't know dogs.
I just turned into a giant black metallic not Doberman.
Great Dane.
Great Dane.
Kind of cool.
All right, yeah, that's pretty fucking cool. As you walk up, go ahead and give me, I'll say a perception check and advantage.
Lore from New York.
As this is happening, I'm going to lean in and say, we should probably tell the father that she's missing.
Where?
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Neither would I. I'd rather go take the follow the dog.
She's
Follow the dog.
probably not far.
Let's
We may
search
be able to open
first.
some doors.
from this far away.
Perception
We're
or
losing the
investigation?
dog, and then I'm gonna go after.
Huh?
Yeah. So
Perception or
continue following.
investigation?
I'd say perception because it's going off your sense of smell.
Okay.
Does it have advantage?
I did. I rolled with advantage.
It just didn't go that great.
It was okay. It was okay.
I wish I
I may
could
use a
help you.
portent, but hold on. I'm trying to remember how to play the video game. The tabletop game. Wisdom. 11, 12, 13.
I can try sending to her father as we go.
I'm gonna use one of the portents of 11 and do 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
17. Okay. I'll say you walk over there and you start sniffing around and you get a lot of weird alcohol smells that actually kind of make your eyes water a bit. But you do also get this vaguely pepperminty smell tied with this very kind of skunk-like perfumey alcohol smell. And they seem almost intertwined, and as you follow it away from the bar and around some tables, these two smells seem to be going the same path towards the door.
Just turn
As
back.
you're like on the path, just following it, the bartender comes back and goes, "Hey, who let the dog in? Get that dog out of here!"
I think we'd split off.
We were following him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Like,
at that
yeah,
point is
right
we,
out the
we
door.
paid for everything and
She grabs a broom and start coming.
I leave. I'm heading to the door.
We're moving. We've got him.
we'll get him.
yeah.
We'll get him for you.
We'll get him for you.
I'm there.
For him, keep him out of here. As you take off, is everyone going through, or are you guys
Yeah.
splitting off?
Yeah.
I go into a sprint.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
Got
The
it.
dog is
I've
Damn
got
taking
it.
off.
Instinct. I've got this. Go.
Go ahead and give me another perception check at advantage. As you guys follow him around some city blocks, and he is going, then you see him just kind of stop and.
So 11 and a 16,
What do you
17,
call, boy?
18, 19, 20, 21. 21.
21. So,
I'll keep in contact
You-
with brainwaves.
briefly, like, you stop and you briefly get a smell that's, for some reason, familiar to you. And then you smell the peppermint again, and you take off down the alley after it.
Bacon. Oh, never mind.
It's at that point that the lucid part of Kirk is like, this form might be getting to me a bit. As you take off, the rest of you
Booking
are
it.
like full ass having to run after this dog because he's jumping in and out of alleyways.
I went from pretty smart, very smart, to very not smart. I have an intelligence of 3.
Yeah, and you're starting to feel it and realize it.
When no polymorph, that stuff transfers.
No,
No.
not
is it?
only
True
for you.
polymorph.
Oh, only WoW shit. Jeez.
Yeah.
Wild
yeah, only
shape,
for
yeah.
wild shape.
Yeah. So you guys are at full run, and now people are like watching you guys run, and as you're running, a few other dogs see you and take off after you, and you guys round a corner after him, and now you see this pack of dogs all running in the same direction towards these very nice looking houses.
This is
in a
I-
gated community that has 2 like hired guards at the
I
front
could be
end.
a king among dogs.
Can I like
And you
them?
realize it in that moment. You know they're there.
Can I, Percy Jackson, kind of like try to hop on it and cling to the side of one of them, like he does the sheep?
Go ahead and give me.
You mean the Odyssey?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh wow! Go ahead and give me an acrobatics check. As you run up as one of these dogs is kind of hooking around the
That was
corner.
some genuine nerd rage right there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chris.
Showing true colors.
Apologize to Homer.
I do. But you gotta go.
There's someone in this group for everything.
27.
27.
Nice.
You miss the dog on its first way through. You have to jump up on the side of a building and then hop over, land on it in stride, and it's a big white fluffy dog, sheep dog, just kind of in front of his eyes, and you just grab on and hold on tight and are riding this dog after Kirk.
Why
Kirk,
is it always us that are causing so much trouble?
as you are following this scent, you know for a fact it's going through that fence. You are a smart-ass dog. You know it's coming. Go ahead and give me an athletics check in dog form.
Could have impaled myself on the floor. Holy shit.
He's gonna yell. Come on, Sonic. Kurt,
As
what
you're,
the hell?
as you push up and you're already in stride, you see a guard like whoa, and you see the other one yell.
Nice. Would my... Well, I'm not training anyway. Unnatural 20.
Unnatural 20 is
To
the,
leap over the...
that was with your dog stats. Right?
That is with my dog. I have a 13. I'm a +1. I rolled a
You
natural
see
19.
this big Great Dane
I don't know
just
about the chihuahuas in the back,
airbud
but-
over.
Oh.
The other dog, the Chihuahua,
no.
just jumps, hits a guard in the face, uses him as a trampoline, and heads up over after you. This dog would do anything for its new dog, King. The sheepdog is grappling with the fact that it has to get over as well with Delilah on its back.
I'm like gripped to the side.
Even worse.
Even worse. Off balance.
Not good.
Shit.
What are dog stats?
Strength, you get a +1 to acrobatics.
Oh.
You get a +1.
Well, they're both 7.
You get a +2
So-
dexterity, though. Maybe if he does a flip.
Maybe inadvertently, because he jumps up, and the weight of Delilah he jumps, and the weight just pulls him to the one side. Delilah, you scrape the ground as you and the dog hit one of the hired guards, like, in the kneecaps, and he tumbles over on top of you. The rest of you run up to this scene with the other guard, like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Nothing,
and
we were trying to stop
you
them.
two are just gone into the complex. Go ahead and give me one more perception check at advantage. As you guys are at the gate.
That Great Dane freaked out our Chihuahua, and we have to go get it back.
We were trying to help with this pack of animals. I was trying to stop it.
Okay. And the one guard who got hit is just like, oh, my ACL!
Come on, they're getting away!
And the guard opens the gate and he's like, go! Jeez. You stay here. And the guy's like, what? Closes the gate behind him and takes off. The sheepdog just kind of awkwardly walks away. What'd you roll?
14.
14. You get into the middle of a square, and you know it's here. And the wind just kind of disperses it, but you are at this kind of, what do you even call it? End of the road. Cul-de-sac. There you go. Of these 3 different houses. She's got to be in here somewhere. Ooh. What's that smell?
All right, enough of this. I pop back into regular Kirk.
This Chihuahua is just like...
Yeah, the Chihuahua is immediately just like...
Shoot. Yeah.
Oh, they're so angry.
Oh my.
Does a 15 hit?
Please tell me no.
No.
He bites at you a few times.
Punt him.
No. Mage hand and just kind of pull his tail. Alright.
And eventually he gets pulled away.
Where's everyone else?
You see everyone like 500 feet and gaining behind you with this guard with them. And he's like, just up here. And he sees Kirk and no dogs. And he's like, sir, did you see some dogs come through here?
I saw one large dog. It went that way.
That way? Your dog's over here. Come on. And he just takes off in the direction that Kirk pointed.
Just straight
That's
up.
good. That's does not follow him.
No.
Well, she might be here. She's in one of these houses.
I will follow so I can keep the charade going.
You're gonna follow the
I will
guard?
follow
Okay.
the guard.
Okay.
I'm gonna send a message. It's 120 feet at each house to Azzura.
Send the message first house.
Don't you have to see?
And just
So you're
point.
You point your finger towards a creature within range.
That's
So
pretty vague.
yeah,
That's pretty vague.
It's pretty much like a location.
So,
Where are you, you bastard?
all right, Kirk. What?
So you do the first house and
It's not a
nothing.
method.
What?
What are you
We're,
saying?
we're taking turns.
Oh, might be. Who's that? Is
Go
me.
ahead.
Sweet. I was gonna ask you if you basically, did you find them? Did you catch a good trail, somewhat?
Well, I got us here.
Excellent. Where did it just trail off? That's it.
Well,
Okay.
it's here.
Sending to Daddy.
Azzura, are you there?
What?
I'm gonna go send a spell or
Whenever
a
you get there,
message to.
it's gonna work.
Let's hold on. That may
It's
not be
gonna work.
necessary.
I feel like it might be good to have those resources at our disposal.
Well, I feel like it's a situation that we are here and now.
You do the second house and then you don't get anything. Damn it.
Where did the little one run off to?
I think she's with the guard.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
I can't. I'm spelling. Sorry.
Right.
My bad.
Yeah, she went to follow the guard to make sure that things were still
At
up
that-
and running.
At that moment, the guard is like looking. He's like, I don't see where it went. Do you?
No, don't. This is tiny. Or are you trying to look for the big dog?
I'm looking for any dog at this point. I don't see any. Guess we'll just go back. I'm sorry about that. I can't get a full search and rescue crew out here for
No,
the dog.
it's fine. It's fine. It runs off all the time, so
Well, hopefully he'll come back.
hopefully.
Your dogs are smart that way.
Yeah, they are very smart.
And he comes back up as you went to the third house. And what do you say?
Azzura, are you there?
And a little less hazy than last time. You come through right as you are being put into a chair and feel something grinding across your skin and tethering you to the chair.
I'm being restrained.
That one, she's being restrained.
We're rushing in, right?
We gotta get to her.
Let's go.
As kind of like, are we walking back? Are we almost at the point where they're about to like
Oh.
bust in the door?
Yeah, wait. Blair says that, and then she goes, wait. Nice area. We have to be careful.
Yes, because right at that moment, the guard and Delilah come up around the corner. Seal goes, well, sorry about your dog. I kind of have to escort you back out of this area.
We actually have another question, if you don't mind.
I suppose.
We're actually looking for our friend who's the dog owner. We were looking after her dog. She was a blue elven lady, about maybe, and I kind of point to Aska, maybe a little bit taller than her. And she was a blue elf.
Significantly taller than me. Significantly.
A bit taller than her.
Same height.
I think she's the same height.
They're
Actually.
the same height.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, 5 foot 3.
Minis to prove
And
it.
she's blue. She was an elf lady, and we've just been looking for her. You see
Well,
anyone
she was
come in?
staying here. I don't know if we'd be allowed to knock on the door, perhaps?
Well, that does ring a bell from someone I saw last night. Yeah.
Do you know who she was with?
Oh. Yeah. He tends to bring home girls like her. Not to make any past judgment on your friend. Just
No,
kind
you're
of fits a
absolutely
type.
Damn.
Unfortunately.
Would we be able to like come get her, or
I can't even
It
have you
would
guys
mean
in here.
so much to us if we could just see if she's still there.
I'll tell you what. I really have to go find these dogs. I trust that you will find your way out of the community at
We'll
a
be
reasonable
fast.
time.
We'll be
Understandable.
fast.
Absolutely. Burns
Don't want to know.
Great
And
day.
he kind of trots away, going, "Here, boy.
Alright.
Here, boy. Girl. Fuck."
I want you to show that everyone's aware that if we do anything in this house, anything happens here, he can connect us.
Yes, we've been seeing
100%.
Slaughter.
So,
So-
what's the house look like?
It is a nice kind of colonial-esque setup with big white facade and large pillars with a vaulted roof in the front. A little bit of exposed brick, and you kind of feel like there's more to the back of the house, but can't really see it.
What's the window situation?
There's some windows in the places windows would be.
Are there lots?
Nice
Are there like
house.
none? Are they barred? Like, these are good questions for breaking into a house.
It does not look like a murder house from the outside. It
Can
looks
we
like a
just-
normal, nice house.
Can we
I'm
be
going to walk up to the front door and try it.
normal people and just knock on the door?
I could dress like a guard.
You and it feels locked.
Wow, nice neighborhood.
As you are being tied up, you hear a voice go, well. I never thought we'd get you in a chair. Well,
Mage hand on the other side of the door.
you unlock it.
Gonna feel for
Go
it.
ahead and make a dexterity check.
Is this the front door or the gate? Is it
door.
the
Intelligence.
gate in the house? Or
Yeah, there is no gate to the house because there was a gate to the community. The house is just, you can just walk right up to it. And you guys have. As you are making your well, I guess it's kind of investigation.
How are you gonna mage
magic?
through it?
Yeah, Azzura.
Yeah.
You feel a burn of pain on your right
Not good, guys.
arm.
No, it's not.
And then immediately feels cold, like the heat is just seeping out of it. And you feel something wet drip down your elbow.
I have an idea.
You
I don't know
hear
if everyone's
something
gonna like
dripping
it.
down to the floor. You take 2 points of slashing damage.
9.
9.
Yeah.
You reach around and find something and wiggle it. That's the door handle. You can't quite find it. It takes you a few minutes. What was that, Chris?
I would like to detect magic. see if there's effects on the house itself.
Okay. You cast Detect Magic, and don't see anything, and nothing pops up in this vicinity. And after about 2 minutes of trying, you do find the door, and it does unlock.
Ha!
As Azzura, your arm is still bleeding, still hurting, and still oozing blood. The figure once again goes, "Oh, we can't be so wasteful, darling." And then you hear something ting 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 as they are now catching the blood instead of letting it hit the floor. You hear it filling up and you get woozier. Go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Can I also ask who they are? At least attempt. I guess.
You try to mutter out the question, and there a different voice goes, "Shh, don't waste your strength."
19.
19. You push away the feeling that you're gonna pass out, and are able to stay there.
Am I lucid enough to like function normally now, or am I still woozy?
You still feel like you're a bit drugged, but it's better than it was. But now you're kind of like losing blood a little bit, so that's kind of adding to you. What would you like to try?
Explain. Do you mind describing the room I'm in?
Well, you kind of look around, and it seems to be where you kind of were before. You see large brown things with bits of green, and you assume that those are trees. And you also feel the dirt, beneath your feet. And it's hard to make out any details. You look up, and you see blue sky with sun shining through, and you kind of hurt your eyes and kind of have to look down. Your eyes are very sensitive. But yeah, what the rest of you doing?
As soon as he opens the door, I stealth zip through and try to like get to at least the back of the house, but I'm stealth.
I think we're all going to kind of just spread out into the house and cover every room looking around.
Okay, well, everyone go ahead. And, everyone who is sneaking, go ahead and give stealth check.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Disadvantage, stealth check.
Disintegrate at the ready.
I had
Family dogs.
Oh, better not.
Detect Magic up just in case.
I just not one.
Oh shit.
Oof, that's a rip.
Okay, so what order are we entering the house? I feel like you have to be first.
Her first, then me.
I would like to have Detect Magic earlier, sooner rather than later. I mean, like before more people get in the house.
I mean, if you want to be, I feel like me and Tulad aren't eager to jump in, unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah.
So ask of me than you.
Somebody should watch the front.
I'm pretty beefy right now. I've got an AC of 21.
Good
Jesus.
for you.
Blair has left the chat.
Right.
All right.
I'll stand by the door and make sure that nobody follows.
Yeah, we'll go. Delilah shoots off first.
Not
What did you go?
27.
27. So not only
Where'd she go?
not only because she has the boots of Elvenkind, so she doesn't make any noise naturally. Even if she's just walking around like trying to be loud, they don't make any noise. But on top of that, she sprints away at such speed that you just kind of blink, and she is gone. She just kind of disappears and is gone.
13 stealth, baby!
You run off in a different way, right?
I'm not going to be running. I am going to be calmly, quietly walking around.
Well, you go in a different way to Delilah's.
Yeah. I rolled a natural 17 for plus 18, 19, 20 for stealth.
20, all right. You watch her just kind of disappear, and then you slink off in your own direction. Talad, you immediately, you take one step, and it's just like, shh.
Gonna stay here.
Fair.
Before I
you're incapacitated. Yeah.
I got a 13. I'm less concerned about like sneaking around corners and being unseen as I am about like being ready. So I'm not like hugging the walls or anything. I'm just like, all right.
Blair, you're
What
closest to
is
me.
happening? And I'm also ranting to myself about someday we will do a thing and all like stay together and
No.
So I'm tagging you.
and then we will plan. Someday we will plan something. And it will go well.
Improvisational.
I'm going to face step as far as possible out of the chair.
Okay. Well, were you also moving?
I did. It's an 8 because I got to bring down the average.
8. You take off as well, and your shoes are just like clop, clop, clop. Clop, clop, clop. You try to face step to the other side.
Mm-hmm. And was anybody 5 feet? I mean, I imagine one person was at least within 5 feet of me, right? Of where I was sitting.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, you have to take wisdom saving throw.
Okay, both of them were.
Okay.
Ugh. All right, one was an 18,
That one succeeds.
and one is not. I think it's a 4.
Yeah, that fails. So whichever one that was is frightened now.
Okay. All right.
So you just morb in the chair.
You just kind of like look to one point in the room and just teleport out of it. You feel the restraints just drop. Both of them go, what the fuck? And you bamf on one side of the room and immediately just down on the ground, get up to one knee, push yourself against a tree. You're free. You hear one of them go, how did she do that? How did she do that? And the other one goes, and she will
freaked out as the rich dude.
She will. I think she's just going to walk up to you, gain up to you.
Can I attempt to cast Blight as she's walking up to me?
You can.
Twin spell, actually. Meta magic twin spell, so it's both of them.
Okay.
Level 5.
You're going for murder!
What did I say
yeah.
last night? What did I say?
What is the
Didn't
DC?
need to hear.
This is
Shit.
an I'm not trapped in here with you situation.
That's
I can't even see straight right now.
That's a lot.
So it's going to be a con save.
Right.
Aska is telling her that we need to have her make some noise at all.
16 DC.
Azzura or me? Because I'm making plenty of noise.
Azzura. So, like louder Azzura can be for us to find her.
Agrees.
I'm sure you could probably hear the sounds of,
Oh, we're about to.
We're about to hear screams.
We're about to hear.
Oh, that sounds like a blight.
flesh melting noises, yeah.
You said what now?
DC is 16, and it's a
For
con save.
Okay. Okay.
The sounds of bubbling dermis.
They both failed.
Murder.
You just fucking Akira the shit out of them, just like.
If only they were plant people.
We need to encounter one.
As you are casting this spell, Delilah, you just sneak around and you go through the dining room and you end up where you probably should be like a kitchen, and then immediately you just see plants.
All right.
And trees, big trees, and you look up and like 30 feet up there's a glass dome making this whole greenhouse on the back of the house. You then hear someone shriek, someone yell at the person who's shrieking, and you can tell that something's going on up ahead.
They both take 45 points of damage.
45 points of damage.
What did I say
That was a
yesterday?
bad
You are the chick from Elfenlied.
The what?
Oh my god, yeah,
Yeah,
kinda.
you look up and still dazed, cast the spell, and you see the taller one, the male figure, drop. You see the necrotic energy attack the other one, and the smaller female one, still green cloak obscuring everything, she kind of looks up at you and just goes, looks past you, sees Delilah.
She can see me?
Somehow, she makes direct eye contact with you and goes, friends. Oh, fuck this whole place. And she casts Firestorm.
What's Firestorm?
Welcome to the blissfully ignorant side of the table.
We are in so much shit!
Firestorm's really bad for us.
Damn it, we're gonna get hit with arson again.
We are! It's always
You didn't do it.
That's a
We're on
7th level
limited.
spell.
We're on patrol.
We're on probation!
She cast
Did-
it at 7th.
Did anyone else see
counterspell.
them?
I feel
Wait,
like you're
no,
probably
I can't
about
cast
to
spell,
hear
never mind.
or see something. But I think me and Aska, I'm imagining it's like a
I too,
left,
but
middle,
not for
right
7th
situation.
Oh, okay. Fuck. Okay, this is a complicated spell.
Did any of us else walk into that area?
No, just
No.
me!
No.
Just
So
me!
I think it's like a left, middle, right.
Son of a
And then we are
bitch.
together. Because
So,
Blair doesn't go by herself.
Delilah.
I'm in danger.
Firestorm.
Okay. Kirk, go ahead and give me a probability die.
Okay.
As well as Talad, Aska, and Blair. I need a probability die from all of you.
Holy shit, I rolled a 100.
No way.
Yeah, that's what all zeros is, right?
Yeah.
You die instantly.
You get dusted?
84, okay.
I've never rolled a 100. I rolled a
30.
1, but never
Okay.
26 probability. That's
26.
crazy.
We have a good
Oh,
average.
I got hit, didn't I?
100% chance of getting hit.
100% chance of getting got.
Hi, new character.
Shield.
Character number 3.
What's your resistance?
Yeah, don't you have fire resistance?
No,
No.
not fire.
You should
Oh,
as
Black Dragon.
Yeah, black dragon, not gold dragon.
You don't know what he is.
Well, he's black and scaly, so I can take a fucking
He's
guess.
weird.
Jesus.
That's profiling.
Yes, it is.
You got dragons in you.
I know. Yeah, you have resistance. I have resistance.
Sure, we're
Wait,
fine.
who has
Shield.
resistance?
She has fire resistance.
What, who
Well, I know
else?
is the
Aska
most
does, but
complicated
she
way
pointed to
possible?
somebody, but obviously
Oh,
it
you.
was me.
Where the fuck would...
You have gold draconic ancestry.
Yeah, would you?
We're gonna find out.
Oh, wait.
Your arm may.
Your arm, but not your body.
Everything else is crispy except this spot.
The hand of
Can you
Blair
imagine
instead of
just
that guy.
finding one scaly arm, assuming it was some
The hand of
tragic
Blair
dragonborn
instead of that
Hand of
guy.
hand.
Great. All that was left was a finger.
Jesus, Firestorm.
All that was left.
This is what happens when we play 2 days, guys.
100 feet, square
Okay,
feet of
okay.
damage.
Okay, yeah, so I need... Damn, guys.
Oh no. I think we got melted.
Dude, did we get
So,
fucking melted?
I need everyone to make dexterity saving throws.
Fuck
first of all.
me, we got melted.
Ooh, we need to do Naomi too. Or is she just...
Yes.
So I
Naomi is
do
one
not
as
get resistance, but at level 6 you can temporarily by using sorcery points.
Yeah.
What are we rolling?
Dexterity save.
well. Oh my fucking D10.
gone.
Fucking
Reduced to
bitch.
H.
Of course
I rolled a 5.
Not good, not good, not good. I don't know about y'all.
I rolled
dice.
a 25.
Oh,
I'm not
Good for you.
And I have a
Friends,
high
fuck 'em.
dex save.
huh.
Probably failed. I was doing math and I was like, that's not too. No, that's bad.
There's a reaction image for this where it's like...
Okay. Blair, what did you get?
I got a 13.
Okay, I'm gonna use Flash of Genius. You get 18.
Nice.
That is better than a 13.
I got a 12.
I'm gonna cry.
Okay, everyone go around.
25.
25.
Or 18.
18.
18.
14.
5.
Wait,
I
what?
got a 4. I got a 14.
Oh, okay. You got a 5?
I got a 5. I need to roll for now.
I got a 12, and I'm a shield.
Nat 20 for her.
What is a shield?
Shield when you get hit.
Oh, well, it doesn't really count for this.
Oh, doesn't it? Oh, fuck me.
I got a 14, and I want to use Axiom's Wings of Fire and shoot me up.
Wings
Unless-
of Fire.
Firestorm comes
What's the
down.
description on that? Yeah.
It's your spell. You gave it to me.
Well, I know. I
Is there a reaction?
you might be.
It doesn't say it comes
It's been
down.
it's been a long time.
It just says roaring flames appear. Sheets of roaring flames, not like a meteor type thing. Because otherwise it would fuck the building and not us.
I imagine it's going to fuck the building as well, though. I
Yeah,
have a
yeah,
sneaking
it-
It's not really an
suspicion.
attack.
It ignites everything that's
It's
not
an
being
area
worn
effect.
or carried.
That's why you made the dex save.
Would I get advantage on that for evasion then?
Shield should help.
No, you wouldn't get advantage on it, but you don't take.
Yeah, straight up.
Did you fail?
So it does just
I got a
boost
14.
AC.
Okay,
Well,
so you
no, it
failed,
protects
so you
you.
only take
Take
half.
half.
I mean, you
Okay.
take no damage from magic missiles, so I feel like...
And John Wick does that top. There's always like, you working again?
You working again?
Okay. So you take 21 points of fire damage.
Jesus Christ!
42 points of fire damage. 42 points of fire damage. 42 points of fire damage.
21, because I have resistance.
True. 21 points and 21 points. As she casts this at you, both of you look up, and the rest of you, as you are sneaking around the house looking for Delilah, don't know anything's coming as chunks of fire just pound through the skylight into the greenhouse, slam down at both of you. Immediately, fire and dirt and craters, and you are just blown to the side. Even though both of you jumped out of the way, you still feel fire and shrapnel, and trees start falling and are encased in fire. You immediately lose visual of the individual. The rest of you inside the house are just going about your daily routine. Blair, you kind of get this weird spidey sense from the moonblade right before the side of the house near you just explodes, blowing
We
you
are that scene in
backwards.
Sherlock Holmes where it's like you hear the tink, tink,
Yes,
Oh, wow,
exactly. Kirk, you're just walking and boom, you get blown to the side as well. Talad, a direct hit on you in your adamantine armor. Aska, you're blown apart as well. As in a moment, this house is just eviscerated. There are ones that don't even hit you guys and just take out separate parts of this house. Azura and Delilah, as you kind of stand up and fix yourself. Azura, this has actually sobered you up slightly. You stand up,
reality!
Yeah,
you
adrenaline
stand
just
up
hit
and
me.
like, okay, what's happening? And look around in the trees. The greenhouse is on fire. The building is mostly collapsed and also on fire. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
We need to get the fuck out of
Later
here.
tonight, did you make it with the...
Yeah, that gave me the half. Thank you.
10.
Yeah.
10. You
would've
look
hurt a
around
lot.
and you do not see the figure in green, but yes, you do see this plume of black smoke that is increasingly going into the sky. And the rest of you kind of fix yourself out of the rubble, eventually get out into the daylight, soot-covered, blood-covered, burned, and you see that this house is just... There's like one wall that's still standing.
I think the instant I get up and go, we need to get the fuck out of here right now.
I'm rushing in to go get people.
Doing okay.
Fine.
Actually.
For now.
Hang on. You call this drug effect a poison?
Yes.
Would we know?
You know.
I'm just gonna call out Blair, Lyra. Fuck.
Anyone?
You guys hear over the
The
wreckage.
ringing.
Yeah. the severe trauma of getting hit by meteors,
have to
basically.
I go
right?
find her.
All right.
I'm
Easy enough.
booking
We
it
have
in
to head
basically.
for them, right?
As I go in, I'm gonna pop Aura of Vitality. Which, as I pass by people as a bonus section, you can take 2d6 hit points back. As long as we're not in turn order, I'm just gonna be like, all right, are you all right? Yeah. Now I'm within you. Have health points.
All right,
I
you guys get those
immediately
points
find
back.
her.
You see the fire building into
Two.
the sky,
Two ones.
and you hear from a bit a ways away, you hear a bell start to ring, and then a separate bell in a different part of the ward start to ring. Intuition would say some kind of fire detail.
We need to leave.
We need to leave right now.
Where is she? I'm gonna push my way through everyone and
I'm gonna be screaming for this woman. Just like, where are you? What do you want from me?
Yeah, and that's what you guys walk in on. She is
Well,
just like
I would
in
be
the
probably
rubble.
with her at this point, like trying to either help you up or something, since I was in the room.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, what's happening? What's happening? Who did that?
This,
Who hurt us?
these people, I don't know. They were bleeding me, and she's
Okay,
like
okay,
crying a little bit.
Okay, we have to leave. We have to leave right now, otherwise we're gonna be in more trouble than we are.
Okay.
I'm gonna stumble my ass out the front and down the steps and kind of look around.
There's like you like lock eyes with a chihuahua on the other side of the street who's just shaking.
Angrily still, that's true.
Now it's terror.
Is that same guard around?
You look around and you don't see anybody, but you hear a creaking noise, and the last remaining wall just slowly falls in on the house. What are you saying, Chris?
Before Ezra passes me, I'm gonna kind of grab her face, like essentially, look at me. Maybe you're right.
I think so.
And I think I'm gonna notice her eyes are a little fuzzy.
Yeah.
And probably, I already knew that she was drunk because she relayed that
Yeah.
to the master. And I think my hands are gonna glow with. This is a new. It's gonna glow with like a golden fire. It's not like the aggressive harsh fire that usually is. It's just a brief moment of golden flame. And I'm gonna use 5 points of lay on hands to cleanse poison.
And immediately the adrenaline aside, you feel that actual grogginess just leave your body.
It just sheds a few more tears. It's like, thank you. And locate creature for this bitch.
What's the range?
1,000 feet.
1,000 feet. You locate creature, and you feel like you get a hit. 800, 850, 900. She is fucking moving.
Shit.
And then it's gone out of range,
What
just
direction?
as you see a bird just fly. And
She's going, wow, shit. Fuck.
it appears that she may have shapeshifted.
No, she won't.
We need to go.
We need to go right now.
It's
Chase.
Alright, what are you guys doing?
We need
I'll
to
scoot
leave.
up
We
at
have
this
to get
point.
out of here.
Through any hole, I guess.
Oh, we leave.
Alright, are you guys going back the way you came?
Is there a way out? Like,
Yeah, I think at least
It is.
I
It is part
will.
of a bigger city, so it is kind of like a walled-in community. So theoretically, you can hop a wall and be in a different part of the city, or you can walk through the way you came through the.
can you clean us up?
I need to try and find that guard.
I could make us look like guards. We'd look the same, but we'd be guards.
How about just make us look like citizens?
We'd all look the same.
Oh, damn it.
Be a group
Find
of
my
monks.
card.
Can any of us?
Can you do monks?
Can any of us find that guard again?
I need to get cleaned up.
I can.
I can run. I just need to look like I
pass-
wasn't a part
pass
of this.
without-
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
We're all a part of this at the moment, but we need to make sure
So
that
you just fuck off.
No, I said I cast pass
So
without
that's on
trace.
all of you. So all of you.
Yeah,
Oh.
all of us
Okay.
get plus 10 bonus to stealth checks, and we can't be tracked by magical means.
And you hear a bell, increasingly
Can we-
growing louder. Very still faint,
And we leave no
but
tracks.
something's coming.
Let's just slip away.
Get out the gates.
I'll catch up with you, and I go invisible. Y'all just
Blair
go.
throws her hands in the air.
I'm gonna say, go back, find your way to the forge. We'll meet there.
The second we're released.
Guard?
Monks?
Why would the monk be here?
It's a procession. They just do things sometimes. You know, they go through. They bless the streets. It's a thing they do. They are songs.
Invisibly, you people are terrible at this.
It's been a long time since we had an
Guard to
invisible
yourself.
dragonborn in the party.
Stealthily try to
Find
get to.
gods.
Oh, yeah.
You just hop in the wall.
Oh, did you want to be a part of this? Looking like a guard that let us in? Or are you good slipping out?
Yeah, over the wall, 22.
I probably should. I don't have any disguise.
Okay.
I don't either.
As you guys are figuring it out, you just watch Azzura cast Pass Without a Trace, and then up and over the wall of the community.
So everybody in, except Invisible and Gone?
I mean, I can try to stealth out,
Up to you.
or I can.
Blair just visibly is doing a hand count down.
I'll go with him.
Alright. Seeming 3 guards that look like the same uniform of the 2 that let us in.
Following Azzura.
Whatever you want to do, but now you have a disguise.
Azzura is up and over the wall. What are you guys doing?
Great. Let's follow her.
We can try.
Okay, so have you four, well, you guys as well. Everyone give stealth checks as you are trying to.
Plus
You're up and over the wall.
Plus 10.
Let's do that.
Yeah, plus 10 as well.
Oh fuck.
Oh my god.
You roll with advantage as well.
Wait.
Oh shit! No, I didn't. But that's
Your boots always give
that
you
was a
advantage.
natural 19, so I really didn't feel like it needed it.
29, 30,
Hold on, I got you. I have it written. I have it written.
42.
No, I'm just gonna put a little. There
Should
you
be
go.
42.
Advantage. Permanent advantage.
42.
Jesus Christ. 42. So Kirk, what'd you roll?
28.
Yeah, so you're invisible and you're like perfectly silent.
I'm only invisible for a minute, so I'm going to move out of sight.
Okay, so use the invisibility to transition into your stealth.
Yeah.
And you're being super stealthy.
I forgot the plus 10 for myself, 32.
Yeah, you guys are real quiet. At one point, both of you guys are stealthing, and you have to walk out into the open for a moment.
You might want to plug in your PC.
Yeah.
Whoops.
What happened?
His battery popped out.
You're dying.
Cool. Love that. Love that.
Dying is the best.
So much fun.
Happens to all of us. Slowly but surely.
Please no.
Please God no.
If you did, that would kill me.
Be close.
For sure. That did like half.
Yeah, there's one point where like you had to step out into the open as you're moving between buildings, and 2 guards like running that way just walk right by you guys. No problem.
Did one of them look familiar?
One of them did look familiar.
I'm.
Are you gonna break your invisibility by casting it spell?
Yeah. As soon as I notice that, I go back around a corner, I look back, modify memory.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Let me look up the thing.
Yeah, what's your DC? What's your DC though?
16.
Did you change it when you leveled up though?
Would it? Does it go up?
What?
Would it?
No.
You
Not
see
yet.
that?
Unless you got a.
No, unless you're not at this level. Next level.
Yeah.
As long as he's within 30 feet, I'm gonna cast it on him. It's a creature I can see. Makes a Wisdom saving throw. I'm not fighting the creature, so he doesn't have advantage.
So I'll tell you what happens. So you reach around the corner and cast a spell. He is following another guy that's running up to it, and no one else is around to see this because you guys have jumped the wall and Delilah is gone. But he's just running. You cast the spell and he just stops.
And along that magical connection, I'm just going to say, you never saw, and I'm the description of all of us, You don't know what happened. You're going to find out. Go.
Hey, wait up! And he runs
And I just
off.
take off running.
Holy
Oh, that's really good.
I'm not gonna lie, I was
As
clenching
the other
entire
four of
time.
you, what'd you roll in stealth?
14.
14, not too bad. What'd you roll, Aska?
22. Also, I don't know
That's
if
a good fifth
it's
level.
me or you. I can't see
We
anything.
froze.
We froze.
I'm gonna restart camera. 1 sec.
Okay.
Unnatural.
Thank
20
God you
for what
took
it's
that
worth.
spell.
Now that's how you use a 5th
know.
level spell.
All right, so you guys,
that's good.
all things considered, Talad, you make a bit of noise as you guys hit the ground, but aside from that, as soon as you guys take a step out of the way, pretty quiet. You guys realize that on the other side of the gated community is a best described as a park of sorts. There, you guys quickly tuck behind a building, and when you're up against the wall, you can hear some sort of commotion inside. And as you peer around the corner, you see trees, a rolling green field, some other trees, a sidewalk, and a central fountain. And there's a few different kids running around in the field, and there's a few other people just walking or sitting reading books. It's very quiet. What are you guys doing? As the bells are still ringing, and you can see this plume of smoke on the other side of the wall behind you.
Since I look like a guard, I want to look like I'm trying to look for people, like a cause or something. You
Give me
know.
a deception check,
Oh, gladly.
or actually performance rather.
Follow the lead.
Mean.
Alright. Make it at advantage then.
Sorry. 22.
22. You move around like you're looking for people, kind of confer with each other, and kind of start taking stock of different surroundings and different areas. Are you guys moving in any direction, or are you just hanging out in this area? What is your goal?
Waiting to hear what the rest of the group does, just making us look less suspicious.
Heading towards Everbright.
Aska is itching to head towards Everglow.
Yeah, that's what Azzura just
Okay.
said.
So we can head off that direction.
Yeah, we're gonna follow.
Yeah, so you guys,
That's- yeah, that was-
so you guys looking your best, head off that way. You guys exit the community, headed that way. Eventually, you guys do kind of cross paths, just kind of Scooby-Doo-esque, on the same way, and you guys hit each other's paths right before the main gate of this inner Lorethian town. You guys pass over the moat, and as you reach the front gates, there are 2 Lorethian guard just kind of standing on either side, talking casually. A few people walk in between them, and they see all of you coming, and they just nod. One of them nods and immediately goes back to his conversation, but the one who didn't seem to be interested in the conversation in the first place, looks at you guys and then tags you 3. Just kind of looks. As you guys exit and move away, Blair with that high passive, you notice that he lingers on you guys. You don't look back, you keep walking, you definitely tag it though.
We still disguised?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we are.
still look like guards.
Yeah.
So during our looking like we're conferring with each other, I'm gonna throw out there. One of the guards tagged us, but should be fine. We look like we're on business.
We also look exactly the same, so we can pass this trip.
Most guards look exactly. I'm assuming we had head coverings or something. That was my
Yeah,
intention.
you had helmets.
Yeah.
When you have different heights as well.
Yeah.
As you guys make your way out of that tense situation and do go
Foot
through a market
shorter.
district
Yeah, we
and
look
back
exactly
through
the
the
same.
more working class Everglow, and do
Yeah.
find yourself back
So
at the
as long as it's
Everbright
within that.
Forge.
Then we'd be the same.
No, that's not what that means. It means what you
Yes.
can
Bless
change. The limit of what you can change.
Yes, but if I pick one image and I put it on all 3 of us, and we're all within 1 foot of height, our height would look exactly the same, because none of us are past the extreme. Otherwise, I'd be a couple inches short.
Yeah, I mean, they still look similar. But as you guys make your way to the forge, what are you doing?
Seeing the wreckage in broad daylight is probably startling.
Yeah.
Yikes.
It looks rough, and there's still like the debris is still everywhere too. It's still a mess.
Yeah. I was gonna stop kind of at the edge of the yard, for a second or two, and then walks inside and goes sifting through cupboards for alcohol.
Yeah, there's definitely some.
Yeah. And then turn around and say, what the fuck?
Agreed.
What happened?
Well, yeah, what happened?
Are we all there? Are we all there?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were having wine, and I just passed out. He must have drugged me. They were bleeding. They're letting my blood into a cup. I had no idea who they were or what they wanted from me.
You didn't see anything? You didn't hear anything?
Did you get his name, a symbol, anything?
Did I get a symbol in the house at all? Like
You think back, and your memory was awful fuzzy for most of it, but you do remember this star-like symbol, and then a crescent shape underneath it.
Okay. So that's all I remember from the house. No like paintings.
Yes, there was some other kind of culty motto attached to it, but you can't exactly remember what that was. But it was in Druidic, which is not a language that you see written anywhere.
When I relay that to you guys.
History check.
On which part? On the symbol?
Symbol, and I guess in relation to being Druidic probably helps.
Yeah, on history check.
Can I make an Arcana check?
Sure, yeah.
I don't think religion would apply here, would it?
Huh?
Sorry, would religion apply?
Sure, yeah.
This is Druidic religion.
What did you roll?
22.
22. So with a 22 history check, you kind of... You never put it together before, because she's never really been about that. But Azzura does technically qualify as a druid. And you remember reading various stories about different druid sects that used to live in Fasto. A lot of them ran out a long time ago or took to Evergarden Forest. They didn't really hang out near the lake that often, but they used to be worshippers of the land and caretakers of the forest and the animals. But once things got more civilized, society couldn't really find a place for them. What was your Arcana check?
19.
19. You know that druids are masters of shape changing. They are super in tuned.
Children. Children.
Puns.
Come get your kids.
You know that they're masters of changing form and being in tune with nature, and all of their abilities come from the earth itself. You put together some stories that you had heard with what you experienced with the house exploding, and figured that must have been a very powerful druid of some kind.
14 on religion.
14. Nothing about druidic or the symbol itself comes to mind, but you do know of people who worship the earth in that respect, and
I mean, you've seen Azzura shape change, but you've never really heard of any religion devoted to it. It's a little gray area where they technically might apply, but other than like Melora or Terra in your pantheon, doesn't really seem to apply here.
It's an odd one. I'll give it that.
So not a lot of information at all. Well, I suppose if we wait about 6 hours, we'll find out whose house blew up.
I don't think we'll have to wait that long.
I think we should get on with our more important business at hand.
We should definitely make ourselves seen by the mining district.
Can I just clean up a little bit first before we do that?
Prestidigitation.
Yes. Would you like to
Thank
no
you.
longer
You are
look like
clean.
guards?
Yes, please.
Yes.
It's up to you. If you want to keep it, you can for like up to 8 hours. If not,
There's no point. It's going to get very confusing.
okay.
I know that I'm not you or him, but we look at this thing, and then it's also.
Can I drop it on those two to keep it on me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, you can definitely keep it on yourself.
Appreciate
All right. So order of the day. I think probably your father, the king, should know that you were kidnapped, and even if you have you now, if you have enemies in the city, you may already know about them, but to know that they're active in certain ways may be helpful to him. And if he doesn't know, again, helpful. Obviously, I hate to say this, but don't think it ranks very high with our priorities right now. But I'm open to group.
Do you think you're...
Did I know of any... I've never mentioned any enemies of Lunarium other than the families.
Zura's not known for like paying attention.
Where's Tempest when you need him?
Did you make a history check?
Politics makes the brain
On
turn
the
off.
on the
Yeah, you
symbol,
did,
yes, I failed.
Yeah, no, not your strong suit.
I didn't pay attention.
It's not hard to conceive of you having other.
What, a royal family with enemies?
Yeah.
Never.
Who'da
Do you
thunk?
think this is something your dad should know?
I definitely think so. I don't remember any enemies of these kind that my family has.
It might not even be your family because of your royalty. It might be right. I mean, these were Druids, right? They're another, probably another variety, another sect, or division of them. They might just have a long-standing rivalry with whatever branch is your family specialty. Who knows?
What specifically did they do to you? I mean, they kidnapped you and they drugged you, but
And they
Did
let
they
her
say
her
anything?
blood.
They bled her and collected it.
do we know that?
Yeah,
She said
She
that.
said
Oh, you
it.
told that. Never mind. Sorry.
Well,
This personally, I said because I was a Lunarian.
yes. Right.
What's special about Lunarium blood?
What's your blood type?
News.
What's that?
Rude.
Oh,
Blood
cool.
type
sex
is
positive.
I don't know. What
Positive
blood
for
type is.
something. Red?
I don't know my blood
And
type.
I
rolled
thought my
four.
joke was
No. What's
No.
blood type?
That was a little
It's
rough.
red. They're all red.
Is there anything special about, like, Lunarium?
Well, is it well known that you have a connection with your goddess?
Blair looks at the ground.
With
That
my
bitch gave my magic wand Hogwarts.
Dylan, if I had any ounce of...
18 plus. 18 plus. Sorry,
I will
guys.
smack you with it.
As you were saying.
Your discretion is advised.
I do not know of any specialty in Lunarium blood, and my connection with Saloon is well known among.
But
my
among your
people.
family, but not among anyone else.
I doubt that people up in this far north would know, at least
Blair stares
publicly.
at ground.
Well,
Okay.
they've made their way here, it seems.
Or someone
Okay.
knows, potentially. That's the only reason why I would think maybe they would do that to you.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe your dad should know.
Yeah. And
So,
then just like says I'm sorry and starts to break down and like crying a little bit more.
I'm tiny, so I just kind of
Oh, yeah.
I hold you. I hold your legs. I hold your legs.
Just, thank you.
And I'm just like, it's okay.
Yeah.
That's
I'm not entirely sure what to do right now.
She's like trying to
sympathizes deeply with being exploited for your ancestry, more or less, but also and has probably had more emotional breakdowns in the last week than anyone else in the group, but also doesn't know how to handle other people do it. She doesn't know how to handle it. She does it. So.
You won't let me hug you.
Here's what she does. She holds out a bottle of whiskey.
That tracks.
Yeah.
I'm holding your legs, and
Do
I'm
you
like,
accept?
Except what?
she hands out a bottle of
My
whiskey.
bad. I didn't
The
know
thing that got you into this mess.
I take the whiskey and shake or nod my head and just down it.
Alright. Gently. You don't have to have so much of this.
We just got you unintoxicated.
God damn it.
I have an idea of
That's it.
things. I don't know, but we do need to get to the mining district, but I don't know if we pass through the religious section. I need to get to the Temple of Astra.
Would we pass by the Temple of Astra?
Make a religion check.
I think we're going to need to pick up some supplies if we're doing this.
You're right, but-
Gunfire Ward?
Do what?
Didn't I was asking if
Yeah, was that the temple
temple
where
back
we
down
asked in
Red Ward?
Outlier? No, different temple?
It was a
Okay.
different.
That was it, yeah.
Okay.
That was to Avandra.
You're
Yeah.
fucked, buddy.
That was the place where
Yeah,
you're like,
yeah.
yeah, white collar
I
dudes
knew
hang out
about
there.
it because that's where the thieves go.
I'm guessing an 8 doesn't do it.
8. You actually have never heard of Astra.
Temple of what?
Who?
Wait.
And we're not really
Is that the
going.
big white dragon?
Okay.
We're not really going. We're just going to say we're gonna accept it, but we need time to prepare.
Looks over at Aska because this is your part of the city.
What if
Would
they
we pass
say,
by
"Oh,
temples?
good, you're here. Step this way"?
I could ask. Do I know?
It's entirely
I know
possible.
that
I
this,
think we should go with that.
the Death Fell, was it Death Fell?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know that the Death Fell district is to the north of Everglow district, within the Larathian ward. Would we pass by or kind of adjacent to any kind of temple district in Larathian? Would I know about the Temple of Astra?
You go ahead and make a religion check.
Religion, eh? Okay, I'm not proficient, but that's still
Maybe just like
fine.
history, because like, oh yeah, there's that church.
It's a
Ooh.
weird church.
You have to know
It's
which
like
one it
a
is.
secret church.
Oh,
That's
it's
why-
not.
That's why we
it's
worded
not
it
a- it's
any
not a secret
temples
common.
anyway.
It's not labeled.
No.
We're trying to get
They don't
around
have good
the religion.
branding.
That's not religious.
You need to hire a new
12.
marketing manager.
21.
Oh, 21. You have heard of it, but it's more like hush hush, like, does that count as a real church kind of thing? But it's not in this area.
Flying spitty
You have heard of it a bit farther north, like on the north side of Nefasto. You guys are technically on the south side.
Damn it.
But you do know of a temple in that area. You do, in fact, on that route, pass a temple. There's a temple on in the Depfell district. And you know that one is a joint church. I don't know where I put the description of it. But it's Moradin and the human god. There it is. It's the Temple of Moradin and the human god Felokari. And they are both kind of creationist construction gods. Anyone who works with their hands follows these two guys. Moradin is traditionally a dwarvish god, and then Felokari is a human god. And that kind of speaks to the culture of that area.
Well, maybe they at least know Mr. Tully that I'm supposed to be finding. If not, I can use my last sending for today to reach out to him. Or unless we need to talk to your father.
Probably priority.
Yeah.
Okay, was that Felokari or Felokari? Was that F or TH?
F.
F.
F-A, technically with a little accent on it. F-A-L-L-O-K-A-R-I. Felokari.
Okay.
Not at all how I thought that was spelled.
No.
My notes are spelled phonetically.
That's probably on mic.
Yeah. The problem with having studied half a dozen languages is that there's always a different way to spell something.
Straight up. Yep. Language,
It's weird.
historically not easy.
Etymology is great. Not important. I will go ahead and try to reach out to them and see if I can get them to meet us here or something along those lines.
We also don't necessarily have to visit the mine. If we're just going to notify, if our only purpose is to notify them, we will be there in a matter of days. We could send a message. People do it all the time. Non-magic people in the city just send.
But are they gonna trust us since we're kind of felons of the states?
I believe we have a deadline.
Well, why would they trust us if you just show up in person and say, hey, we'll be back? Why would they trust us then?
That's fair.
But for purposes of our innocence, wouldn't it look better to be way far away from, I don't know, a really, really destructed area?
To be seen is a good idea.
I say we go ahead and get the gauntlet over with. We either die now or die later. It makes a little difference to me.
Kirk, did you mention that you modified the guard's memory?
No.
Did not.
No. Nobody said anything about it. It's fine.
Was in fine her character or that not her? I don't.
Did
That's
you mention
Taylor.
the guard?
She mentioned
Blah blah blah.
trying to
Innocence. Blah
Guido
blah blah
because
blah.
the
You
big
know.
thing happened. And ask her if you haven't said anything about the guard. Ask her just going to be like, right. That guard saw us and he will connect us. At least one guard. I don't know if the other guard will actually. If he actually tore his ACL, that's pretty painful.
Did he get hit
He
in
may
the
not have
face
been
with a
paying
dog?
attention.
I don't.
Oh no, I crashed into him.
The one that was
Right.
following you, I managed to catch up with and take care of it.
You killed him?
No.
Murder.
I said I took care of it.
Exactly.
You've been with us for 2 days. Forgive us if we'd like a little more clarification on took care of it.
It was a problem, and then I did something with my magic, and then it wasn't a problem again.
Is he still breathing?
Is
Yes.
he in another
Then
place?
how
I mean, from where we are, or from when I last saw him. Either way, the answer is yes.
Meaning, did you drop him onto a different dimension? Is my question.
No!
Okay.
then
He
how
just
would-
doesn't remember us anymore.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Why'd you make it sound so bad?
Well, I don't like to... I have a bag of tricks, you have a bag of tricks. I don't just go showing my bag to everyone.
Yeah, showing people's bag is definitely a bad thing.
Blair wrinkles her nose and kind of leans back at the phrasing.
Oh my goodness.
So at least we don't have to worry about that. But at the same time, we need to figure out... I'm nervous if we don't go say anything that they're gonna just go ahead and continue with everything, and then we're thrown in jail.
My worry exactly, and the continue or follow-up of that worry is that when we do get there, they're going to be, oh good, you showed up, and then right this way, jab us in the back down the hole. I feel like we should show up there with everything we're going to need that might possibly make us not be dead.
We could pick up things along the way.
That's what I
Is
suggest.
there anyone around? I mean, I'm assuming we're being moderately quiet for us.
We're in a busted up house.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys. There's no like gawkers anymore, so
Okay.
no one like keeping tabs on you. I just kind of assume that you guys are not screaming.
Screaming our plans.
Unless you actually are screaming, then sure.
You killed him. Whisper yelling.
Stage whisper.
Teenage whisper.
Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and try to reach out to Mr. Freinard Tully.
Do you?
Who are you
Oh.
reaching out to?
Not her dad.
I didn't know if that was the precedence or not. Did we establish which?
What are you sending for?
I'm sending for this person because they said they knew about this. Or the pieces of vitality, the keys to life, the amulets.
Kind of more important.
And also, they have a place
What
perhaps.
if her person comes back? Her dad could be looking out for that.
Her father isn't here with us, though. How much help can he possibly be?
He's still in town, is he not?
Is he in town?
As far as we know. He has business to attend to.
He did. So he left you. Well, clearly.
Yes.
Right.
And he was visiting the different families, staking some claims.
Damn it.
Personally,
It's your father. I think it's up to you. Do you want
it
to
is
reach
your
out?
dad, but
It's your trauma.
We should reach out, but I think Tulad's thing is
Okay.
more important.
It'll at least help us with what might be ahead in this gauntlet as well, if we can meet that. Alright. Magic time. I'll go ahead and reach out to Mr. Prynard Tully. It's Prynard, right? My handwriting looked awful. Raynard. So I did spell it right, I just put the shit.
Yeah, you're just
illiterate.
Dyslexic.
You're just dyslexic.
I remember Tully.
There you go.
It's also because like half of it was erased underneath of it, and my handwriting was bad. So I'm gonna reach out. Reynard. It's Tulad. We are in Everbright Forge. Can you meet us? We have things to discuss.
Discuss is one word.
Correct, 2 syllables. I'm counting syllables because of poetry game.
Oh, fair.
Unga. Unga.
Bonga. Yeah.
Okay. You wait for a moment, and he responds, I was hoping you'd contact me.
Kept you waiting.
Please, call me Ray.
Ray.
Everbright. Give me about an hour. I'll be there.
Do we have an hour, everybody? If you don't mind.
Ask her, are there any shops where we can go ahead and pick up our supplies around to kill time?
Yes. This is more of a crafting district, and there are definitely shops nearby. May, I don't know, it might be inclined to be sympathetic, given this. How long are we going to, are we planning to delay for the mine? Because if we can push it until after my meeting.
Because that's the other thing of her meeting's tomorrow.
What time is it today? I mean, do we...
It's about midday, right?
Her meeting is tomorrow, but we have to be there by the end of the day tomorrow, right? 2 days.
There wasn't a
There wasn't
deadline.
a set.
There wasn't a
Right.
set
There's
deadline.
no deadline. That's why Blair is very stressed about us, kinda.
That's why I'm saying, like, there has to be some kind of, yes, we're gonna do it, but we need prepare time.
Exactly. I think we need to go there and be like,
Did she-
yes,
she-
we need supply. There was no.
Nothing.
It was, hey,
No
do you want
deadline.
to not be
But
persecuted
he expects
and
you.
executed?
But he...
She. It's her
the-
godmother.
Well,
No,
the
the
man
mine.
that we're
Oh.
meeting in the mining district.
But they expect you in 2 days.
No, they don't.
There's
No
no
2 days.
There's no deadline.
There was no deadline. It was just like your
I could have
options.
sworn I remember.
The 2
No.
days is her meeting.
Her meeting.
Yeah, that was what I was
Separate. The godmother thing is, hey, do you want to be executed for your crimes or suicide mission? Your choice, and then she walks out. So we have to go, like, as soon as possible, I feel like.
Otherwise, they think we're on the run.
And they will persecute us. And definitely execute me.
How about this?
Prophecy.
No, execute. I'm convinced.
No. Just not persecute. Persecute's something different.
Whatever.
One or two can go, maybe, perhaps, and if you're prodded into it, basically, and the rest of us are considered on the run, I really don't know what we do at that point, either. We need all of our heads together for a conflict, I think.
Yes, we need to stick together.
When is your friend coming?
An hour.
We wait for that. They have their meeting. We go straight to the mining district. We say we will be there.
We allow time to
We
prep.
need time to rest and gather supplies.
We could say
We
we're
could
gathering
cite the
information.
tragedy as a reason.
Okay.
We could claim that Asuka's resources were depleted, which probably isn't
All
too
that.
far off.
Did they say that there was one survivor who came out?
Yes.
Without legs.
Without legs and not of his own volition.
Well, that still means he's alive, so he may know something.
That is true.
That is true.
Got no legs.
Blair's eye starts
You
twitching.
don't need legs to remember.
Got no legs, if anything.
Maybe he'll get new legs.
It's not, okay.
I have heard they've started working on a lot of clockwork pieces to make sticks
I might-
with the stubs.
I mean,
Blair just thinks of Iolus and shudders.
All right, let's get comfy.
I need to
Who wants to
knock
make a
all the
list?
gold pieces off of the chest.
list?
Oh my god.
Let's make a list.
That's
What
what
do
we're
we
gonna do
want?
for an hour.
What do
Yeah.
we
So
need?
as you guys are sitting for an hour,
can
yeah.
help.
What do you need?
No
And
touching the thing.
we can get those supplies. So what are you guys looking for?
Potions,
I was going to get rid of stuff.
like our treasure and shit.
Well, you have the gems taken care of because that's what your meeting's about.
Those health
Yes.
potions were
Right.
nice. We should get more of those. Sad.
Still needs a little
Yeah.
gimbal.
I never got to use one.
I want to sell
He kind of did.
the dragon course that I have, and I want to sell my old scale mail.
How does Kirk
And
feel about this?
Intrigued.
Oh,
Okay.
by the by,
I'll say
while we're doing
asking
that,
around,
accurate.
you can sell the scale mail pretty easily. The dragon bits are a little bit harder to find. For
yes, I figured that would be the case.
Gotta find a taxidermist.
or something of that like. The scale mail, you're offered like 6 gold for it.
That's
It's the price is 50. 6 seems. I mean, I get
Wear and tear.
Appreciation. Appreciation.
Man, forget the economy.
Is my familiar still up? I'm gonna try and telepathically kind of communicate with it.
You can go into the eyes, or you just.
No, are you around? Are you within 100 feet? Are you around here? I told you to go into a building nearby. Okay, are you? Can you come back? Come back.
You get the feeling that it's moseying its way back.
It's taking its sweet time.
Cool.
Got no arms.
I would
Slide
like
on.
10 gold.
10 gold. Make a persuasion check.
Did you just fuck off to sell things?
Yep.
We're kind of doing the speed shopping.
I'm gonna cast Animal Messenger.
What do we all think
Relay
that we need?
What happened to my father?
Personally,
Okay. What all do you
health
know?
potions and paper, I guess.
Health potions
Hello,
That's
father.
really it.
I was captured by a group with green cloaks and a symbol of a star. Wait, does A count?
Yes.
No? Okay, so I had a star
Just say what you want to say.
with a crescent moon underneath it.
There's a little canary. You just whisper in its ear, and it just.
You did not tell him you're safe.
I'm safe. I had two.
Oh,
ones
okay.
left.
It was like,
I'm safe.
Except
just
for canary, I'm safe.
you send your father a message, I've been captured, without saying I'm safe at the end.
uh,
I had two.
Asuka, what did you roll?
I was just a 10.
10.
I'm good at scaring people.
You should have taken a blade.
Yeah,
with
he
you.
kind of feels bad and offers you 7.
This is literally my thing.
Oh yeah, you.
Why didn't you
Pawn
take a
Stars,
blade?
Nefasto.
I'll give you.
Best I can do is 7.
7. The best I can do is 7.
You
7
know
gold,
he's selling
7
it for
copper.
25
7
at
gold.
least.
7 Electrum.
Ah, fuck.
Do you want to do anything else, Asuka? Any other sales?
Bitcoin.
Scan the QR
Do I
codes.
at least know where would be the best place to unload magical components and unload and or buy magical components in the future?
There's a lot of shops in the specific hub of that trading center is going to be in the Telendrin district, the center ward of Nefasto. It's kind of localized where all the magic-y stuff in the metropolis is, for lore reasons.
Yeah.
Anyone else doing any business?
Yes. I want to go try to find special tipped arrows.
Like Hawkeye?
Not
Explosive tip?
possibly something like that, since you said magic is going to be fuck all, so let's not. So
You find a few armorers in there, in Fletcher's, and they're like, I suppose I could whip something up for you if you had the materials, but as for things on hand, I not a lot of demand for such things, and you're correct. Probably in Telendrin is more of a better bet.
can I just get maybe another couple of arrows, like normal?
Yeah, sure, for sure. You spend a gold and get a bunch of arrows. Say, I don't know, gold 30 arrows.
30, sweet.
There's no way we'd be able to find health potions anywhere near here, huh?
Doesn't seem that way. Go ahead and give an investigation check.
I will assist.
At advantage, yeah.
Thank you. Much better.
Ooh.
26.
26. You start asking around for stores and stuff, and you kind of get the same answer of you want magic stuff, you got to go to Telendrin. It's kind of locked down. And then you ask around to this one guy, and he's like, yeah, you're going to have to go to Telendrin because they keep it locked down. But if you really want to know where to get some stuff, I got a guy. I got a few guys. You just got to... You guys cool? You cool?
Very cool.
Make a persuasion check.
Since he was assisting me, can I assist him?
Coolio,
What do you
dude.
say in that situation?
I mean, obviously.
Sure. Inclined to do
It'd be better.
disadvantage, but yeah,
Individual would be better.
roll advantage. Or yeah, whatever you got, whichever one.
Individual will go.
Coolio, fellow
Anything.
2.
Holy shit!
That's kind of what I figured.
10. This was what? Persuasion?
Persuasion, yeah.
So dirty 20.
Or 20. He kind of
That's my new minimum.
leans towards you and just eyes you for a second. And he goes, he's not a Fed, right?
He not a narc.
Really, really socially awkward.
Okay, 'cause,
I'm
these
right
people-
here. I am right.
These
I
people,
pat your shoulder sympathetically.
these people don't mess around. They'll kill all 3 of us if this goes bad. You get my drift.
We're kind of used to that.
Okay. Anyways, I can give you a name, and he writes down on a piece of paper and hand it to you. If you meet him on the street corner over there, about 30 minutes, he usually comes through. He'll have some things for you to look at.
Any kind of code word we have to say?
You've never done this before.
Wonderful weather we're having.
I'm
stay
Just them.
so
stay
sorry.
cool.
We might send him on an errand.
Very
it's fine.
cool.
Thank you.
Just
Thank
keep a low
you.
profile.
Very cool.
Don't look anyone in the eyes.
Right.
Just get in, get out. Easy peasy.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about.
Out of the, you get in and out of the street corner.
just take him away.
I just start walking away.
I don't understand.
Just nods and ushers him away.
You
That man
never-
was very
You
cryptic.
never met me.
Never. Nope. Walks away.
You don't know
Dude.
What?
that. Be cool.
Ryan,
Have you not bought drugs before?
Any other business, Talad? Business? You just waiting?
I also wanted sheets of paper. Wanted more legal
Hey,
purchasing.
easy peasy. You spend like a couple of silver,
Perfect.
and you get some whatever, how many pieces of paper you need.
Going to attempt to craft an antitoxin for what
Can I make a medicine check?
I'm cheap. What would 1 silver get me?
Well, first give me an intelligence check, because you were specifically for whatever you had,
Oh.
right? Yeah.
I'm cheap. What would 1 silver get me for
Like
paper?
10 sheets.
That's perfect.
17.
17. You, based on the effects and what you have in your herbalism kit, as you open it up, you notice some things are missing out of your herbalism kit. You forgot that some of them dropped out. But based on what you have there, you kind of figure you can make something that acts similar. Go ahead and give me a medicine check.
23.
23. All right, you take the better part of that hour, and give your best shot at an antitoxin for whatever affected you.
What was the name on the paper?
The name on the
Yeah.
paper, it was
Mr. Cool.
it was Berard Jean.
He's a djinn. 100% guarantee.
I was gonna go ahead and do a divine intervention.
Okay, cool. for why?
He's gonna try to bring back his wife again.
Religion.
Go
Oh.
ahead and give it a
When,
shot.
when I go
He's
back
going
to the
to
group,
basically be musing and sitting and being, as he's picking the gold off of the golden chest from inside the chest. I feel like I could really have used your strength today and for many days. So I must join you shortly here. 57 negative.
57. You call out and pray, and you don't feel anything.
when I go back to the group, I'm gonna let Aska know about Berard, who might have magical items.
Yeah, this is about the halfway point or so.
I know you. Tulad is his meeting, but I thought you'd be interested, maybe.
Sure.
Does the name sound familiar to you?
The good stuff is not going to be sold on a street corner in this district.
We could see.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this point, again, would rather there be more of us in one place.
Does the name Berard Jin mean anything to you, by chance?
Never heard of him.
Nope. This is a no one.
Darn.
So I want to come up to you in this hour.
Okay.
Are you like, what are you doing?
Well, if I just got back with Blair, I probably would have gone over to the crumbled stairway and just kind of sat down.
So I'm gonna toddle and sit right next to you.
Like right next to me, or like a few seats
Like a
up, so you're high level.
Eye level. Eye level.
Hi. Hello. Yes.
I think we got on the wrong foot yesterday. So I just want to make amends. Hi. I'm Delilah.
Hi.
Nice to meet you, Kirk. What's your last name?
No, I don't.
You don't give out your last name.
It's not that I have. It's that I don't have one.
Oh, you don't have one.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm part of a clan.
Okay, well, I'm familiar with those.
Okay, you've met other Dragonborn, I'm assuming.
And I kind of take out my sketchbook and I lay it out and I try to show you, like, I know I drew pictures of Axiom.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, and I show you
Okay.
In Ardosh, probably.
in Ardosh.
I was gonna say.
So,
You met two of them.
so this is Axiom.
Mm-hmm.
This is my mentor.
Mm.
So this is who taught me how to do magic. And that's why I could talk to you in Draconic and everything like that.
Oh, I see.
And then this is Ardosh. He was someone we had originally met, and he went with my mentor to go do something with his clan.
Get to go.
What clan was that?
Well, they were both golden dragons.
Any significance?
Yeah, they're gone.
I know their deal.
You know they're gone.
Oh. Are you sure?
And I just kind of look at you and go, mm-hmm.
Like gold, not like rust
Nope,
color,
gold.
not like bronze.
And I literally take out a gold coin. Gold.
Points at Blair. Gold.
That's interesting. I thought they were all gone.
So I heard that, finally. My mentor didn't really open up to me.
Yeah, didn't mention it.
Not really.
Okay.
When Ardosh joined us, he kind of had a moment and figured out some stuff. But they were going to go...
I would imagine. 2 in the same place at the same time? What are the odds?
There was 3?
There's 3?
Blair waves.
Well, there was 3.
There was 3.
But they're kind of doing their own thing right now. But,
Fair.
You're not a real dragonfly.
Has scales.
Right.
I'm
No.
curious to know things that you may be able to teach me. I'm not asking for a mentor position or anything like that.
Oh, wow.
Just knowing,
Magician's apprentice.
just knowing. If you,
What are you looking for? What school have you been taught in? What did he teach you?
a lot of things.
A lot of things?
I know naturally, and I just do minor illusion, and I do like a bunny hopping around.
Oh, that's...
I know how to do this
Oh,
naturally.
I actually don't know that one. No, I'm aware of it. I just don't know how to do that.
And I know mostly, we talked about it yesterday. Why didn't I not fucking write it down? It's abjuration.
I asked you to. You said you would write it down.
I know, and I didn't.
Okay.
Awful.
Defense of the Dark Arts.
New teacher every year.
Evocation.
Ah.
But I'm open to learn.
It's very good. Well, I'd be open to it. Sure. Let me take a look at your spell book.
Called your bluff.
Did he tell you not to hand these things out like that? That was a test, and you failed. Okay. No,
Take it back.
okay. Usually,
the sound of beration.
usually people are on line of work.
Look and then go back.
Wizard, I'm assuming. Yes. We're a little cagey with what we've learned and what we don't typically share what we've figured out of the magical arts.
Right.
We can, in purpose of commingling and studying. That's something that I'd be open to, and quid pro quo, as it were. If anybody just asks you for your bag of tricks, you're not supposed to just show and open your bag to anyone.
See, the thing is, though, I trust you because
Why?
I just do.
I just met you.
Well, you can. Well, the reason why my mentor, I broke into his home and he taught me how to do things. So.
All dragon words are alike, right?
Every
I think I see where this is going.
Scaly friends.
So.
So, can I see your book?
I just
This one isn't a test.
hand it to you.
Thank you. Let me look at your spells.
What was it?
And we're just going to like kind
As
of
you
like
guys,
go
as you
over
guys
those.
swap notebooks and kind of go
That's
over
what
some
I-
stuff, you hear a hello, hello, and a figure kind of walks around some of the wreckage.
There's no door.
You see this about 6'5", very broad shoulders, half orc with long black hair, just kind of like metal hair, just kind of half in front of him, half behind him. It's just hair everywhere and just perfectly straight.
Probably have a
Samson looking motherfucker.
Yeah, and then he, half orc, big tusks almost up to his nose, and two large battle axes on either side of his waist, that are just kind of swinging at his side as he walks in. As for armor, not really wearing any. He's just kind of got some straps that go over him that show scarring and a bit of white tattoos on his green skin. He just walks up.
Ray.
Mr. Gloom. And he just goes in. Strong man.
It's that scene from fucking Terminator.
Yep.
Predator.
Predator, yeah.
Dylan!
You son of a beach.
Yeah.
Nice to finally meet you. This is, quite a place.
Especially in person. It looked a lot nicer before we came across.
Certainly did. Would you like something to drink?
Oh no, I don't drink. Thank you though.
Alright.
So, you said you had some things to talk about.
We do, yes. Specifically, I need to talk about what my father was guarding.
Yes. The other orders didn't give you any help, did they?
No, none. You're the only one that spoke with me afterward, really.
Indeed. Well, we pride ourselves on being different. Your father, to my knowledge,
I never
wasn't himself guarding anything. Must have ended up that way, but legend has it that Arkenhaven was home to one of the keys of life, or an amulet of vitality. Different cultures give it different names, but the key crux of it is an object of immense power. Arkenhaven was a resting place of one, as well as Bankow Keep, as well as Pleiades in the west. And if I'm not mistaken,
Here.
here as well. Somewhere in the metropolis. Now, I have looked into the subject before and not really found anything of use, but we have, some of my birds have heard rumblings of interested parties asking around.
Birds?
A network of individuals.
I see. Not actual birds. You'd be surprised.
I wouldn't, but I understand. I mean, not the physical birds, but metaphorical.
Right. So, we did recently hear of an uncovering of a sort of underground place, recently in the mining district. I presume it might be there if you do not know where it is.
The mining district of this ward?
Death Fell.
No,
Death Fell, yes. I had heard of it. There were some rumblings of some kind of discovery, but if keeping kind of hush-hush to the public. What did you hear?
It's a birdie. Someone. It's a connection of our friend here.
Hello. I'm
Hi.
Ray.
Blair.
Blair. Pleasure to meet you, Blair.
You as well. Yes, we heard that the original miners who discovered it and went to kind of explore deeper in the shaft they'd discovered never returned. In fact, only one person ever did, and what I'd heard was that he returned without legs and not of his own volition. So whatever's going on
Terrifying
over there
on
is...
an existential level.
Yes.
Indeed.
Indeed. So we're
And
not
you-
sure what
You
exactly.
believe this gauntlet has something to do with the amulets, or you would not have contacted me.
Correct.
I think it might.
We also have an item of interest that we might want locked away if you have vaults here.
Intriguing. What's its nature?
Awful. It's
Fair
a
enough.
Well,
Why don't we show him?
at this point, I'm assuming we've finished our task.
Yeah, we open up the chest, and there's the chest.
Tulad spent
And
the
his-
entire hour picking gold
Oh,
and
yeah?
everything off, and then I helped for the last half hour.
His eyes just grow wide, and he looks at all of you, and just closes the chest. You just carry this around with you.
For quite a while,
Oh, we
yeah.
had to.
For quite a while, you've been carrying this around with you.
Carrying the Ark of the Covenant.
Okay.
Where's the rest of it?
Buried in various other places so that nobody really knows. Not even I know all of their locations.
What was that?
What?
Actually, I don't know. I didn't. I was not part of the decision-making process for what happened with things, and that was a good thing.
We had 3 pieces. We split them up, and this is the last piece we have to dispose of, if you will, as it had already fallen into unseemly hands, and we would like that to not happen again, as we had to reacquire it.
Well, yes, this is an important piece of business then, and you see notably he's just a little shaken.
Do you know what transpired at Bangkok Keep?
No, I do not.
Pull up the check.
He looks around for a chair.
A seat somewhere.
He just moves his axes and sits cross-legged on the floor and just looks up at you.
Spin the whole twine, I guess, of
Whoa.
basic.
How much story?
We're mostly going to be talking about the fact that Iolus was a problem, rose to power,
Somehow obtained.
somehow obtained all these pieces, basically. We ran into all sorts of crap along the way. The ritual that was going on, that we stopped it, we think.
The vampires.
The vampires, yeah, we'll bring that up.
Which you know some of that.
Iolus got got.
Vampires.
Vampires, yes.
You the kind that bite
I
and
know.
I don't know of any other kind. Maybe perhaps bats, but they kind of do a similar. Yeah, yes.
And you said Bangkok had an empty vault, the same as your father's did.
With a large creature as well that was slain.
Slain. A guardian slain. There have been a string of high-profile murders in this town over the past week or so. All in the same way. Now, it doesn't entirely fit the MO, but some of the things I've been hearing,
Were they poisoned?
poisoned and bled in their entirety.
There's no way for us to know if the poison was at all related to Azzura's incident.
No, it's more likely related to the same way that my father died.
And probably the same way that the...
Well, that's what I mean. Like, because we investigated the one body, but there's no way for us to know because she
More acidic than, say, an agent like cyanide. It was caustic in nature to specifically keep the wound from healing.
Wasn't the dude we found on the fucking side of the... Yep.
We actually tagged along on an investigation for that because a similar way that my father had died.
Outside Ogrecrust. Yes, that has been the most recent one. That is the 5th of its kind.
I'll pull out the 2 little bits. These were found on my father's corpse and on the one in Ogrecrest.
He grabs it. These are the
Yep, the
brooches.
fish in the delta.
Mm-hmm.
He grabs it and he goes, "This is the symbol of the Defiance.
The second Defiance, yes.
Second Defiance."
I've seen the
What
first
they-
in the past, funny enough, I believe.
What would they want with your father, and why would they be connected with such murders? Most of the murders were, he hands it back to you, were sympathizers of the Defiance. Unless,
They're being planted.
sympathizers of the Defiance are being murdered in the same way your father was. Did your father ever speak of rebellion in a favorable light? Was he one for breaking order?
No, that was mostly me, actually. He'll pull out his journal, and I assume that was like between, like the dates that are in his father's journal are like between when he left and that kind of thing. Does he have that?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't write much about it. It's just his religious stuff right now, right?
Yeah, he specifically, like, for a diary, there's very few, like, actual, like, emotional inner thoughts. It's more just like a daily log of what he was doing.
Mm-hmm. He didn't really write with his emotions very much, or with his thoughts. It's more a practice, a catalogue. Very dry. But there were some religious revelations that he'd have from time to time, but nothing like this. Nothing that he would try to defy orders of things.
But you didn't see any. You didn't see the Bangkau one get stolen. You didn't see the Arkenhaven one get stolen.
No, only after the math, basically. Empty pedestals.
What are the
and dead
odds
beasts.
that this gauntlet is home to another pedestal?
It's
and those same forces are on their way at this moment.
Blair, if you made the maps, laying that shit out.
I have the one with the circles.
That's
She
the
has
one we need.
circles. I have.
And he looks at it. The
But
Noble
you would have to
Commission.
come get me to give it.
The Noble Commission is involved. That's always a good sign.
They were also assisting Iolus.
Well, indeed, his father basically runs the corporation.
Correct. But they're also in the league with these vampires, basically. They seem to be fueling them somehow, being a cover-up for their resource networks and things along those lines.
And you said Iolus seemed to be subservient to one of these vampires.
It's almost as though he was their chosen one, yes. I believe he called them Master, did he not?
What was the question? Sorry.
Didn't Iolus call one of the vampires their Master? Or am I mistaken?
No, you did.
It sounds right.
So the Noble Commission, vampires, keys of life.
Well, I don't know if keys of life might have anything to do with his experiments as well.
Experiments.
They were experimenting with creatures and people and a doppelganger that they'd found. We'd seen a Death Domain cleric at one point called Gojimor, who was part of this as well. He was rather beefy, but I don't know if that was because of that or what.
I think that might have been natural, but yes, everywhere that we encountered Iolus, he had cells full of mostly goblins, sometimes other creatures. At one point a wyvern, the doppelganger, most of them being tortured, and the one was an odd amalgamation. Terrible thing.
And
he had the notebook about the experiments, but didn't give much more information than detailing the cruel punishments.
It's really, again, a catalogue. What for? Not sure.
Well, that's increasingly terrifying, and I feel my anxiety rising.
Ours has been up there all this time. Kinda sucks.
Just stays there, constant.
What are your next moves about this gauntlet?
Well, unfortunately, we have to do this because we were quickly accused of crimes here.
My brother, you never have to do anything. The only thing you have to do is follow Astra on your way out of this plane.
Right. Unfortunately, that might be starting in this gauntlet.
Sooner rather than later.
If that is his way, that is his way. I will have it. And he stands up.
We may need some assistance, and
I will go with you.
you will go with us.
Indeed, if this is what the signs have been pointing to, and if this is where we meet our end, then I will meet it with a smile on my face, as my God has commanded it.
We would accept any help that we can be given.
Are we gonna be allowed help?
I don't see why not if everyone's getting fucking got.
You are welcome to join us, and we, with open arms, for sure. Do you need anything?
Maybe a blessed spell once we get there, but I think our path will be lit for us.
And you'll have it.
While this has been happening, Blair has been trying to keep a lookout for the guy on the street corner.
Okay, yeah.
Because it was supposed to be around the same time, and I don't know if you meant to do that.
It was around the same time.
Okay.
You watched, and no one really came over there for a long time. About 10-15 minutes later, you do see this individual with this kind of like just cap pulled down close over his head and a jacket just kind of standing on the corner and just looking nonchalant as that conversation is happening.
Yes, and I think you can take this from here, and I'm gonna, like, nudge Aska
As you-
and kind
as
of
you-
gesture at the corner.
Yeah, as you two slink away, you feel something just kind of like grow tight on your leg. And, and you look up and you see your little snake making his way up.
No.
And he just curls up and then like repositions himself so he's facing forward on your hand.
Would I know what that would be?
This is mine. You're fine.
No, but I'm saying, would I know that spell? Has like Axiom done that before?
I would imagine.
Yeah.
Fine, familiar?
Yeah, it's
Maybe.
a pretty common
Yeah.
spell.
Oh.
As you guys walk
Magic
over,
buddy.
as you guys walk over to the street corner man, he kind of sees you coming. And he goes, "What's up? Nice night. What's up?
Pleasant.
You you looking for anything?"
Might be. You happen to have anything?
Got a few things. We got health potions. Got a little bit more stamina if you want that. You know, we got the spice, of course.
You spell?
He's fine.
Orticane, gnomewood, pre-rolls.
Straight up drugs.
Drugs.
You got anything you need, baby girl.
And we can be assured of the quality of your wares.
I don't put any of that gang shit out, okay? You get the best of the best from me, alright?
Insight check.
Make an insight check.
I'm not
I
fucking...
would also like to make an insight check.
Okay, either both roll or one of the
I am proficient,
You want to buy a sundial?
if you want to give me advantage.
Ooh,
What?
I'm also proficient.
Oh, okay. It's almost a nat one. It's
I
not.
watched that.
It really...
I got a 22.
23.
20
Haha. You don't want to sell me this.
He's probably not selling top grade shit.
Yeah.
But it's not just like red juice.
He's definitely like putting up more confidence, but I mean he's being like super sketchy. Like he's putting his neck out for this, so he's definitely selling something worth selling.
So,
The exact quality is to be determined.
looks over at Aska. I'm mostly looking for health potions. I don't know what you and our friends might need.
I am here to. I'm here for backup. I'm not looking for anything for this man.
Why are you making a sale or what?
What type of health potions?
I got little ones and I got big ones.
What ones did we have before? The little ones, I assume.
We had.
Yeah.
They seem to be comparable with the little ones.
Okay.
Yeah, the little ones.
Health potions. What would it be?
Little ones gonna run you about 100 a pop. Big ones got a deal at 250.
Gold?
Outrageous.
Surely you must be talking copper, and even then.
All right, you're not serious. Go away. I got eyes on me.
Fine. And Blair starts walking.
Azzura's gonna walk over and ask for 2 rolls of gnome leaf.
It's gonna run you 20 gold. It's a pleasure doing business with you. And he just kind of like
Jesus, that's expensive
walks.
as fuck, though. My
You
God.
just got rolls of
Try to
basil.
haggle.
Yeah, you did. You could have been like.
Hey man, once you're making the deal, you just get in and out. No time to haggle.
You ain't trying to schmooze.
That's
All
how you get
right.
shanked.
We're not friends. This is a business transaction.
So yeah, you got some re-rolls with you.
Sorry, I'm not spending my entire
As Raynar just kind of
savings on
loosely is
something
watching that whole
atrocious.
thing,
Yeah, no.
Ray leans to you, Tulad, and he goes, "Unsavory company, or just loose morals?"
They are my friends. They fight with me. Their endeavors are their own.
You're in the doubt.
Indeed, if they
I'm
fight
assuming
with
we would've
you,
been
then
back by now.
Yeah.
if they fight with you, then they have a seat at the table. Their bad
Precisely.
habits are their own.
Some of us were trying to help. Some of us were not.
Celestian judges not, but only protects the traveler.
Indeed. Unfortunately, Astra does judge. That is his job.
Indeed. But that's your domain.
It's nice to see the two orders work together again. It has been quite a while.
Far too long. I remember the sparring matches when your paladins would come up to Arkenhaven from time to time.
Oh, you must have been but a boy.
It was, but it was great to watch. Beating the shit out of each other.
Jesus. Yes. Orders have seen better days, haven't they?
They have. The hills don't flow with milk and honey as they used to.
Perhaps we'll be the ones to build them up again.
I hope so.
You
Well,
Got out of there fast.
right?
shall we make a battle plans? I'm confused about how your team does their business.
We mostly don't have any idea what we're up against yet.
Well, the main goal right now is to get over there and make an appearance. I think we will need, based on the time at least, the night to sleep and then a couple hours to get preparations. You know, some of us need supplies. Our other member here, Aska, she had someone she had to meet tomorrow, but we're hoping we can buy a day with the people in Depthal before we have to enter the gauntlet. As
Did
it
you
were.
just run to go get some milk?
It sounded incredibly refreshing.
Milk is delicious.
That's so fucking meta. Anyways.
That is hilarious.
Well, I, no sense in hiking all the way back to Corinthiel this time of day. I will hang out with you and I will show support.
So about what
Sorry.
time of day is it?
A little after midday, like 1-ish.
So we're heading to the mining district, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Sorry, you said you were from where?
Corinthiel. It's, I guess the northeast ward.
I see.
The absolute
How the fuck do I spell that?
Indeed. Koranthiel. Corinthiel.
I thought it depends on the
No,
level.
I know. It does. It, here you go.
It's a long time.
It's an hour and 50 gold at first level, and then double that.
So are you guys heading to the mining district?
Sorry, what was that?
Were you guys heading to the mining district?
Yes.
Well, double
Yes.
50.
Alright.
And an hour.
You guys make your way
So
north through
Two
the
would be 100,
Everglow
and
district
2 hours, 3 would be 100,
and
150.
into Depthfell, which
Oh,
immediately.
It's still expensive.
So not double plus.
Alright.
Bust.
Sorry.
You guys head towards
Power up to
Depthfell,
the 8
and
powers
the
a lot.
housing gets a lot more working class. The Everglow seems more care is put into the design and construction than this area. You do see a large steeple-esque church, which Aska you know to be the Moradin and human, mostly Moradin, but temple. You also see, like, almost on the same level as the top of the steeple and connected by a bridge, you see a hill in this district.
and the top of it is completely flat. And you see a road and stairs leading up the hill to the top.
They just clean cut
What that is?
You know that is the entrance to the Deptful Mines. It is the Otelli Quarry. Basically, the top of the hill is hollowed out, and that is the entrance into the mine shafts that run underneath. Diggy hole. You know that you have to go that way to get to the mines, so you head up the hill and into the quarry. And as soon as you crest over the top and see down into it, you see a lot of stone and dust just kind of like permanently sitting like a fog cloud inside the quarry. And many dwarves and heavier set humans at work pushing wheelbarrows or holding pickaxes or just having their lunch off to the side. As you guys walk down into the heart of it, you see this very portly dwarf, head shaven with a big bushy unkept beard that is just grayed with dust and dirt. He's yelling commands to other people, and he turns around and he sees all of you. Well, what are you supposed to be?
All of us? Well, not really anything in particular. We're looking for the entrance to the.
I guess
Here
the
perhaps interested parties in order to address a certain problem that you have at a certain mine.
Problem? I don't know what you're talking about. You're frankly not here to work, so I'm gonna need you to back up.
Is there an authority figure we can talk to? I think this might be above you.
I don't know who you're talking. And then you hear someone behind me go, "Oh, goody, they're here. They're here. Excuse me. And you see this very tall elf, blonde hair, cut very short, just kind of walk up wearing a black, almost Neo-type duster, which is very covered in dust. And you see every, minute or so, there's just a wave of the hand, and it cleans off, just to be slowly filled up back with dirt. They seem to be holding their ear, and they're like, yep, they just got here. They just got here. Let me talk to them. I'll talk to them. Okay. Hi! Welcome.
Strong PA energy.
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, yeah, I'll take it from here. You can't just have people on my work. I'm on the call. I can't hear you. And you can kind of pushes the dwarf away and goes, wow, that was such good timing. I honestly wasn't expecting you guys today. Lucky I was down here at this time.
Well, about that.
We were coming down here to kind of let you all know we were still interested, but to negotiate...
No, I'm talking to them right now. Please.
To negotiate an exact timeline, as unfortunately the person who told us about this situation didn't give us an exact timeline, so we were hoping that we could get to business sometime tomorrow.
Oh, you can't quite do it today.
Not quite.
We need time to prepare.
I don't know if you heard, her house got destroyed, and unfortunately it messed with some of her resources, so we need
you poor thing.
just a little bit of time to get that together.
Also, we would like to talk to the person that maybe walked up here by himself with no name.
Okay, there's a lot of stuff there. Let me just relay some information, and we can sort this out, I'm sure. Give me 1 second.
What is your name?
Me? My name is Brandis. I am a assistant to Miss Keshari. She's actually the one yelling in my ear at the moment, so if you could just excuse me. And
I look at you immediately.
Crinkled brow of confusion and just shakes head no.
Puts ear up, says some stuff, kind of relays everything you said.
Anything they say in Elvish, I know.
Well, it's a mix of Elvish and Common, but it's at this point just relaying nope, they can't quite do it today. Nope, they're asking for some time. Okay. All right. And they were asking about the legless person, and if they can question them. Oh.
They died.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell them. Yes, so apparently he didn't actually come out alive.
Oh.
He just came out without legs, dead. He
That's what of his
That's
non-volition.
what-
he just came out of but she said that's totally fine. In fact, she actually wants to talk to the guard / redhead. I'm assuming that's you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forget which
Okay.
disguise I'm wearing right now, but one of those two.
No, I'm handing it over right now. I'm okay.
Sending stone.
And kind of
Earring and dog.
removes this clamp off their ear, and just put it on. It'll be totally fine. Just hook it. Just hook it. And as soon as you hook it, you hear a voice. Hello, darling.
Hi.
Hi. This is Keishari. We talked last night.
Yes.
I was informed that you are not going to be able to go into the gauntlet today. Of course, that was understood and always allowed. How much time would you be thinking? Of course, we are just worrying about the logistics of a possible invasion from whatever might be down there.
Completely understandable. Yes, that's why we wanted to come up and have the discussion. As you know, the situation with Aska's house, we were hoping sometime later tomorrow. Just so we had time to get some of the resources together.
That is totally fine. In fact, I actually encourage it. I think rest and relaxation and a roof over your head is the #1 priority you should be going for right now. In that regard, I'd actually like to invite you and your group to join me tonight for dinner. I'm currently, as you know, keeping up residence in the Augalier Castle, and I would love to give you lodging in a safe place and a rest and perhaps some nice conversation, just to get to know my future employees, I hope, for this venture.
Just turn a secret.
Fuck. We're an investment.
Yeah,
We are the investment.
Yeah, do you mind if I speak with my companions for a moment?
Oh, of course. Go ahead and just hand me back to Brandis, please.
Sorry, fun fact
She
real quick.
cringes and then passes it over.
Oh, thank you.
You guys know the Bluetooth symbol is actually
Oh,
runes, right?
ow! Why are you yelling?
Symbol
Just
is
kind
two
of
runes.
walks a few feet
Yeah.
away.
So it's actually just fucking magic. It's great. I love it. Sorry. Bluetooth, Berkano, and Isa, I think, in the middle of
I believe you.
I believe you.
So Brandis walks a few feet away.
Relays information. So, yes, apparently it was perfectly fine. They weren't really expecting us today, which would have been nice to know. Perfectly fine with waiting for tomorrow. She actually said she encourages it, and in fact, she wants us to come to dinner at the Augalier Castle for rest and conversation with her future employees, which is us.
What?
You see Blair just like completely lose steam halfway through the sentence, because even she can't try to make this sound good. She knows it's bad, and she knows we have no choice. So, it seems I will be breaking back into my previous living situation. At least you get to go back to your dwelling a little bit. I'm assuming we're taking her up on it, since we don't really have
I'm
much
not sure if there's much choice, but I don't think it's, I don't think it's all that bad.
This could be a good thing.
She wants to work with us. Yes, she has the power, but building a relationship.
Dinner is much needed after this morning.
You kind of just see an unease over Delilah.
This is the most defeated Blair has ever looked. And she's not successful very often.
Do we have to... Elvish cuisine is mostly not with the vegans, I think, right?
Eat sometimes. I didn't ask them. I can ask the menu.
I'm not really worried about it.
Along the same lines, roughly along the same lines as assuming that both gods are equal.
gestures at Toulon.
If it's a pattern.
Everyone's a little
He's
bit
a small
racist.
town
Like,
guy,
you've
okay?
been traveling with Blair for 3 weeks. She's eaten all the same meals as you.
I don't-
Sometimes not happily, but
you're
she
also,
has.
You're also not part of your family anymore.
I get
I mean, yes.
a dignified squeak because she doesn't know what to say, but no.
I mean, I'm an outlier of mine. I assume that you were an outlier of yours.
It's complicated.
Brandon.
Brandis.
Brandis?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. It's a yes. We'd be delighted.
I just kind of like.
Delightful. They said they'd
We
be
don't have-
delighted. I don't.
Sorry, Ray.
What time should she expect you?
What time does she request?
What would work best for you?
And you just see that.
I feel like we make eye contact, like,
She said, if you can make it at nightfall, she'll have everything ready for you. Once you make it into Oglyre, the master of the house should be able to escort you.
Ray, do you
Great.
expect to?
Alright.
Should we expect to have Ray be brought to
oh, can you ask her if a +1 would be allowed?
What about a +1?
Wonderful.
Okay, she actually said just give her the number, and it should all be fine.
Okay, so
8.
6 plus Naomi plus him is just 8. That's it. Okay, 8.
8. She said lovely.
That expression. Can I do an insight check?
Sure.
Oh, it's a horrible name.
4.
4. Guy seems to like his
Will
job.
be taken fine.
Alrighty.
As far as that is concerned, this is like, alright, we're done here for now.
Let's go.
Yeah.
What time of day is it? Like 2?
Yeah. Round 2.
Okay.
And Brandis, what is your last name?
Couldn't tell you the last time someone asked for my family name. Stone. I know it's a bit common, but I've worked hard to be where I am.
That's
Yeah,
perfectly
cousin.
fine.
A cousin somewhere named Ford.
Like the geological structure.
No, like the car. No, yes, like the job. Don't push my bit too far. Come on.
What was that? What was that? Can you hear me now?
Alright, let's get out of this walking HIPAA violation.
I believe the word
Hip
OSHA.
OSHA? OSHA.
You haven't seen their infirmary. It might be both.
Might be both.
Oof.
As you guys begin to walk away.
We have 5 or 6 hours. We probably could make it to Talendran and find some magic shops of good repute.
And we can probably go stop by
Yes.
the north side to go drop off the chest with the chest in it.
Indeed, I think it is.
Would you be able to make your way back to Oglyre by yourselves?
It's that one, right?
It's going to be a
We've been there now, so.
lot of walking, but yeah, we can do it.
Perfect.
We were in Lilrethian.
We are now. They're gonna go up to drop the chest off and then back to Oglyre. That's why I was just
Okay.
making sure, like, you guys are good, right? Before we split again. Because it went so well last time.
Keep a close eye on Azzura. Don't go chasing pretty things.
Puts arm around her.
All right, as you guys split off, Talad, walking with Ray, at one point he goes, "It's going to be a long walk. I technically flew to get to you.
You flew?
Are you aware of a polymorph spell?
I have actually had one done on me, and I became a great owl, and it was quite terrifying.
It's a bit strange, but it beats the traffic.
Indeed.
But it's going to take a bit of time. And you guys walk.
Are there
Huh?
not coaches? Are there like coaches or carts that you can hire to get to the city faster?
That's right.
Oh, it definitely could. Yeah.
They just allow magic like to fly in the city.
Who's gonna stop you? if you can turn into a canary.
I'm a bird.
Who's gonna stop you? As you guys move on, the rest of you move to the Telendran ward, and you make your way through a bunch of varying districts. You see more gated communities like the one that you saw in the Lorethian ward, bigger in nature, almost like whole towns just walled off to themselves. You also see hardship and walk through some between walled places that are just surviving any way they can.
Can I look out for thieves' camp?
You can look out for thieves' camp, and you see a lot of thieves' camp in the weirdest places. Some people, denoting like home turf of certain groups, or saying certain groups to stay away. Or you find sadly you find a lot of like hateful messages, a lot focused at tieflings and a lot focused at orcs. And you guys actually do move past a couple of these communities that are just like smushed together by themselves, and coming from different luxurious spots in this metropolis. It's shaking to see.
I kind of keep around Naomi just for...
Yeah, Naomi seems confused, I'd say, seeing a lot of this. You guys continue and make it to the ward main wall of Telendran. And as soon as you walk inside, you can see spires in different places, as well as towers. You really hadn't seen just like isolated towers up until this point, but just dotting in some of the neighborhoods are just tall towers, as well as this Oxford-esque building up ahead. You can see this large cathedral-esque university square, and then further past that, walled and on a hill, you see a beautiful spired castle, which you know belongs to the Elian.
Sorry, the creaky chair.
The Elian family. E-L-I-A-N. As you guys walk in, go ahead and just one of you roll an investigation check.
I have a plus 9.
I have a plus 7.
8.
So, looks like it might be you.
Enough for Meta asked for a roll.
Well, hang on. Advantage because help or just one?
Just one. Just you guys are just asking. There's, as soon as you ask one person and get a list of places, you realize that you might be in the spot for finding magical goods.
Yeah. 21.
21. Alright. You guys are pointed to a place near that large university square that you saw. Merrimack's Magical Goods. As you walk into this fairly large, a bit pyramidal building, kind of like a shrunken Bass Pro Shop.
Is it the Bass Pro Pyramid?
It's like a little pyramid. It's like a 2-story pyramid structure that is covered in canvas, like this red and purple mismatched canvas that just sits on top of it. As you guys walk in, the smell of lavender hits your nostrils, as well as just like around your ears, just this nice kind of like elevator music just permeates this place. The same volume no matter where you go.
Oh my Garrett's here.
Oh god.
Garrett has flashbacks.
Oh, that's familiar. Wow.
As you guys look around, there are shelves and things on the shelves with various different price tags, and you also see things just like hanging in midair, just like held, just floating there, also with price tags. You hear someone from a far off corner just go, "Give me a moment, I'll be right there." You see wheeling into the space a figure in a wheelchair. A very small a very small creature with red scales and kind of some knobby bits on its arms and on its head, and this long, like, alligator-esque snout with pointy ears. Very small figure. Some of you who have been in the city more often know this thing to be a kobold. As he rolls up, "Hey, what can I do for you?"
Yes, we just had a couple of things that we were looking for. Gestures at Aska, because I'm assuming she has a list.
Well, we got it all. Well, for the most part.
Actually, I have some. I'm looking to sell. Do you deal in magic creature pieces?
Well, you got some bits of something good? What do you got? What do you got? You got griffin wings? I've been needing some of those, actually.
I have, and I pull out a list. I have 11 dragon teeth, 19 pounds of green dragon scales, 7 claws, 2 dragon poison glands, and 1 green dragon eye. They are a little worn by time, perhaps, but most of what's useful in them should still be.
You got all that on you? I can take a look. Let me see the quality of it.
Bag of holding barfs on the table.
Yeah. Go to the table, and I do like pull out chunks of things and lay them on the table.
Clown car style.
Yeah, the kobold takes out a magnifying glass and he holds it up and presses a button, and like 3 smaller lenses come out, and he looks at all of it and goes,
I know.
"Oh yeah, worn by time. You're right.
Fucking
A little
gadgets,
bit.
man.
Not bad though. Still useful."
Those should be fine. I'm more concerned about the poison glands in the eye.
I mean, they look rough, but they're usable. So you're just looking to sell, or are you looking to exchange? We could do a little bartering.
Well, yeah. I would like to keep. So I want to keep 10 pounds of scales, 3 claws, and 5 teeth. So I only want to sell. I want to sell 6 teeth, 9 pounds of scales, and 4 claws. But yeah, the rest. And I can give you all that. Do you want me to send that to you? So you have it written
I
down?
wrote
No, I got
it down.
I would like to sell them, but if we can work some exchanges out, that would be excellent. I'm not sure what is. I assume Kirk is also going to be having part of this conversation. Do I see a bag of holding somewhere?
As you look around and he's still doing math, you see a variety of sizes, colors, and designs of bags of holding hung on various kind of like a tool board where you hang different tools. It's just up on one side of the wall,
Yeah.
bunch of different sizes of bags.
Great. I assume that the aesthetics do not have too much to do with the price. So the most basic one cost.
Just like a smaller bag of holding, you see the price tag says 50 gold on it.
Ask us selling dragon bits. We're at a magical place. She's
So-
selling for a bag of holding. Don't know if you want anything.
Do these bags, is the size that you can see, is that just aesthetic, or does that actually have, do the larger ones actually have a larger carrying capacity than the standard ones?
So actually, your standard bags of holding are going to be those smaller ones on the top shelf. The mid-range ones, those are mostly for aesthetic. Once you start messing with pocket dimensions, you're really not going to nickel and dime yourself on storage space, right? So the smaller one, the medium one, they're about the same. Those bigger ones aren't actually bags of holding. Well, they kind of are. They're actually their cheap name is horse bags, but I think they call them equine carrying cases or something like that. But they don't really hold objects, more like livestock.
Interesting. I didn't know those. Alright,
To-go cow.
those simple standard bags of clothing. Mix.
All right, and he
To-go cow.
he just kind of lifts up, and the bag
You're not here.
takes itself off the hook and floats down to him, and he grabs it. All right. Wheels over and kind of puts it on one of the tables. You guys looking for anything else? I did run up the prices on those, and I think I can give you probably we'll say $275 on all the dragon bits there.
You want it so bad.
Dragon bits. Alright, that sounds good to me. Right. What else is around?
There's all sorts of crap in here. What are you like looking for?
Is it just like stuff you can build, or they're like potions and stuff? What?
There's like I'm trying to think of the crowd that I'm playing to. So I don't know if you guys have been to like head shops before. But like
I have.
every category has its own space where it's displayed. So like there's a space of all different weapons in a glass case of like little daggers and smaller hand axes, and they have like lances and swords and big battle axes hung up on the wall. There's a glass case just full of glass bottles and vials and boxes and all sorts of little stuff. There's wands, there's components, there's paper, it's Walmart for magic.
Enchanted instruments, maybe?
There's a section. Yeah,
Okay.
it's smaller than the weapons section.
I figured.
It's a little more niche, but they do have things in stock. You see like a little piccolo that's on there. You see a few lutes, a very beautiful lyre, all sorts of stuff. What are you looking for?
Where's what like effects do they have? Like, how are they?
Is there an instrument in mind, or are you just looking at effects?
Looking for a toodaloo?
Flute, a lute, or lyre. I was trying to think the word. Because I wrote harp, but I meant lyre. Because harp is huge.
You see those instruments. There is one. The lute. It says fire shred on it. Doesn't really have a description. The flute says a flute of confidence. And the lyre doesn't seem to have any enchantment on it. It is just absolutely gorgeous. It is like handcrafted and has all sorts of like little baby angels like on the bottom of it. Someone took 1,000 hours to make it. It looks like it is a masterpiece. That one is also priced at like 3,000 gold. So.
Any description on flute of confidence?
Flute of confidence. You look at it and you don't really see anything. So the kobold sees you looking at it. He's like, "Oh, that one. Yeah, that one. It does take attunement, and you have to kind of like bond with it a bit. But that one, it kind of like, no matter what, gives you a little boost. To just like how you talk to people and overall confidence. It's kind of in the word. You take in meta terms, you think that this might be a +1 charisma flute.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
with a price tag of 1,500 gold.
Of course.
Is there any enchanted armor?
For sure.
Yeah. Any enchanted scale mail? Or
Enchanted scale-
medium armor.
Let's see what kind of medium armors. I'm not an encyclopedia. All right. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. You see a few different. You see one breastplate, 2 different scale mails, as well as one chain shirt that is like bright white metal, pretty similar to Talad.
Any like indication on their what they do, or if they're magical or non-magical?
As you look on it, the breastplate seems to be just really good quality. Doesn't seem to be enchanted at all. You think that's probably a +1 breastplate. The chain shirt is an adamantine chain shirt. With no enchantment. And then there are 2 different scale mails. One is gold and one is red. Both of them are kind of enchanted. They're both +1, as well as being specifically geared towards fighting dragons. It seems to, you talking to the kobold, they give you, one of them gives you basically advantage against weapons of dragons, their breath weapon and their frightful presence. The gold one, it deals with fire, and the red one also deals with fire.
How much is the gold one?
The gold one is 3,500.
Is the red one any lower?
The red one is 3,200.
Can I look at the daggers?
The daggers?
I'm
Yeah,
not
there's
even gonna chance it on the bigger weapons.
there's a lot of daggers. Yeah, like there's probably more daggers than any other single item. Just because they're so small. You see some of them probably just look good quality. Some are definitely +1. There's one gnarly looking one that's a +2. As well as you see a couple that are tinted different colors. One is tinted red, one is tinted blue, one is tinted green.
I want the cheaper options.
You look at the cheaper options, and the nicer daggers are running like 10, 15 gold. The +1 is hitting like 50. The +2
Okay.
is 100.
Then let's look at the +1.
+1.
Yeah. Any? No, just out of curiosity, this Madison. Is it a one-time effect or is it a constant effect?
No, it's a +1 to hit and +1 damage whenever.
Got
you
you. Okay. What are we looking at for the +1s?
+1 is gonna be 50 gold.
But like types.
Oh, just whatever you want. Whatever you think looks cool.
I'd be willing to get rid of one of mine for a
I
magic.
mean, the rest of you looking at anything?
How much was the adamantium?
The adamantine was 2,000.
Fuck. Yeah, I know.
Were there or are there any like arrow tips?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you find like a little basket full of arrow tips, and they seem to be separated in the basket. You see ones that are explosive, ones that are corrosive, and ones that seem to be have some kind of like blue stone as an arrowhead, and they had a name on there, but it's been crossed out and in like shitty handwriting. Someone has replaced it with Zappy Stick.
Nice.
How much are those running?
For each arrow,
Yeah.
they're basically arrowheads.
Yeah.
For each arrowhead is 5 gold.
That might be my better option. Or maybe a one-handed dagger.
Her thing. I won't be able to afford it. But what does the fire shred loot do?
The Fire Shred loot, talking to him, he says it gives you resistance against fire damage, as well as you can cast a few fire-related things with the loot.
And how much does it cost?
The loot is 1,500.
Okay. So same unachievable goal. Got it. What about health potions?
The health
I mean,
potions,
practically.
there's a good deal of health potions. He goes, yeah, I'm surprised we actually haven't been wiped out of them. The whole last stock got taken. I just put these in there, so if you want them, grab them now, because those NC fuckheads are going to be in here any day now, I imagine.
Those what?
Sorry, NC, Noble Commission. They've been they've been buying up most of our stock. But we got the smaller ones. They run about 10 per. The bigger ones are going to run you 50 per. And then we do have the supersized ones. These are a little experimental. It's 150 per, but they do a lot.
Can you elaborate on do a lot?
Well, the little ones give you meta time. The little ones are basically 1d4. The bigger ones are 4d4, and the supersized ones are 4d10.
Jeez.
Okay.
So how much? Because I was out in the bathroom. How much did ask a price out? $275. And how do we have? What do we have off the table?
I think the bag of holding.
You wanted
was
a basic
asked
bag.
of
Oh,
50.
there's also, I forget what you called them. Horse bags is what I'm calling
Oh my
them.
god.
To go cow.
They're bags that can hold livestock.
Nobody would need that.
Nobody needs them except Tulad.
Because
No,
he wants
not
a cow.
even. Not even.
I
Tulad.
wasn't
He
sure
doesn't need
if
one.
Delilah would be inclined
Horses
to
on
talk
the go.
about it as farm person.
Basically,
No.
to-go horse.
As
Yeah.
much as I am a friend. No.
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 Okay.
Alright, well,
I wanted
get in the
to
bag.
clear it before.
No.
Any magical rings? Like,
Good.
It happens.
oh god, I don't even know what to specify.
What do you want? Like power to do things? Power.
Well,
resist
just be. It would
things?
be.
The smaller the item, the more variety there is.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah,
thought
that's-
Any ring
possibly
of
like
AC increasement.
Yeah, AC increasement or plus one to ability.
There are some like rings of warding to boost your AC, kind of like a personal shield. There are rings for resistance. There are rings of strength, rings of finesse,
Rings of warding.
rings of warding to boost the AC. You see one is a +1, 1,200.
You should say 1,200?
Yeah.
We'll just cross that one off my list.
Yeah, well, like, what does Aska want? Because I could use my own money for the things that we could.
Right. I also have some money that is also everyone's money. Just a little.
Well,
No. Well, a little bit.
Tulad
Okay.
and me did divide up the money again, so Blair does have group money again.
Oh.
So group-wise, we have 500 gold, give or take.
Well, okay. I have a little over 1,000.
You have more than me. I have 239.
Hey, we're similar.
I'm rich for a farm.
Yeah, well, I can just buy things. Okay. What would an amulet of health run me?
Amulet of health.
Yeah, look it up. I am guessing it's going to be a lot.
Oh, an amulet of get up.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Oh, amulet of get up. Yeah. Oh no. I see.
Amulet of get up.
Which we
Yeah,
still
that's
have.
gonna run you probably Yeah, I'd say like 950.
It's the reason I never used my health
Okay.
potion.
Mace of Disruption? I'm just asking. I just gotta know.
Hey man, name dropping is fine.
Look, I spent the last 5 minutes flipping through the D&D, looking at magic items.
Because you're like, I didn't expect to shop today.
Use it.
Exactly.
Could also probably use a Horn of Valhalla. Would be pretty good.
Got a deck of many things.
No.
No!
Oh my god. Yeah, this
Why
is
would
like
you-
2500, my guy.
Jacob wants one so bad.
I assume...
Jacob wants one
If it's
so
25 hit points, it dies.
Anything.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
bad. Death.
Oh yeah.
Boots of wing boots or wings of flying? Two different things, slightly different effects.
Both cast the spell Fly, kind of.
Yeah, winged boots. Winged boots are gonna run you about
Crying, though.
650, I'd say.
Okay.
I just want to cow guys.
Then retire
Is there
and buy a
anything that
farm.
would let me kind of disguise at
Yeah, he
will,
probably
cough,
won't.
cough, not use a shit ton of
Good.
spell slots, cough, cough?
Good.
Good.
That might cost you a pretty good.
I'm willing to look at a range here from like really petty disguise.
And wings of
and
flying about the same, 650. Yeah. And then you were asking for something to disguise.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm
yeah,
willing to.
there's some rings of disguising. They actually aren't terribly expensive, about 600.
Oh, you're like, damn it.
Literally more than I have on my person, not counting group money.
Really?
I have like 500.
I'd say it's starting to set in why the magic is localized to one area. It's a big fucking niche and pricey.
Yeah.
You say items of disguise were 600?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, Oscar will turn away from everything on the shelf that she wants, except for the bag of holding. Because buying that will free up one of my infusion slots, and I'll be able to do something else. But yeah. So I have some money that I can spread around.
So, I think health potions
Yes.
big.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know which ones we're thinking. Group money wise, we have about
Keep
500. We have like 560 gold.
Sweet.
Group money.
How much is the simplest?
10 gold?
I think so. Yes,
Yes.
10.
10,
Small 10, big
10,
50,
50,
super 150.
50. Right.
I think we just buy 2 for each of every for the simple.
Two
for
10
the-
gold ones?
Yeah, for each person.
I mean, I'll take one. I have.
You have healing.
Some people have other means. Some people have other means of taking care of themselves or
I think
others.
it would
Yeah.
definitely make sense for everyone to at least have a small.
Yes.
Because as we've experienced, goes to gesture to Lod, but he's not there. Having one on hand can be helpful to other people.
Right.
Yeah.
Because some of us, hold up necklace, can get by on a little borrowed time, but
Yeah.
so do we want to, not to be nitpicky here, health potions part of group money, and then personal items for personal money? How do we want to?
Well, how much? So we're getting 275 off of what you just sold,
Yes.
Yes.
and already 50 of that is going away to the bag.
Yes.
So we have about-
So I had 215 to the group money.
So we have that on top of the 500 that we have to kind of mess around, unless you want to use some of that money for something of your purchase.
No.
Use 120 of that of the credit that we
20,
have,
40, 60,
Yeah.
80, 100, 120,
and that
140.
140, and that would give us 2 potions per each member of the party, not included the new.
Not including his friend.
Yeah.
Is that 2 smalls?
Too small, so
Okay.
20 apiece.
Right.
Okay.
Friend to all.
So 275 minus 50 minus 140 is down to 85 gold credit.
So
So
Go hog wild. Go hog wild with anything else. If nobody minds, I'll look for a sword.
I mean, I don't think much else is going to be part of the dragon amount except a big health potion, which I think we should definitely have on reserve. You know?
A +1 sword you can find fairly easily for.
If you're okay with that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's only
So
one.
that-
It's enough.
the
That
difference
puts it at
between
35.
common, rare,
And,
very rare, legendary.
So
Ask will look at you and say, I know you're
Plus
using
one,
one energy.
that's mainly
Stay
really good.
high.
So +1
If you
armor is
want
crazy.
to get something,
It's
we should.
it's good. But like think
Because the
if you
thing
think
is-
a
like
month ago, it
craftsman,
wouldn't have been an issue,
making a
but I
+1 suit of armor,
don't
that's
feel comfortable making my burden everyone else's.
I can spend my own money on things if need be, if you want some extra credit towards something.
I'm broke. I would love a weapon. I would love a weapon. I'm broke as shit. All my funds are in non-fungible tokens.
What kind
All
of?
my funds are wrapped up in Doge.
I'm a little experienced at swordplay. This is more for personal protection should I run out of my bag of tricks.
Sure. Well,
Bag of tricks on aisle 3.
Thank you.
Way.
want an enchanted sword?
I would like.
Just some packs somewhere else.
No, enchanted sword. Makes sense.
Right.
Give me a magic sword, please. Magic sword.
Yes.
Magic.
So a
sword.
so like a +1 sword or like an
Looks at
enchanted sword?
Moon Blade.
Well-
Can't argue.
Enchanted
Can't
with
relate.
what? Enchanted's gonna be way more expensive, but for $100 for a +1 sword, 100 gold for a +1 sword, and then an enchanted sword is whee.
Yeah.
Let's just go with a +1.
Yeah, +1 you find one that's really nice quality, good expert craftsmanship. What style of sword?
It's a good question. It's a good question. Let's go with.
Probably something finesse, right?
Yeah. Let's go with just a.
Yeah, I'll let you describe what you find.
While he's looking.
I'm going to look for like a. You go ahead. You go
You're
ahead.
good.
I want to think about this.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over to Delilah and hold up the empty hold person marbles that have been empty for a while. Would you? I know we kind of dealt with them with Axiom and everything. Would you mind if I asked about pricing with it? I just
Sure.
want to run it by you first before, because the attachment.
Sure.
Okay.
I have mine, if anything, so do what you want.
I have this marble here. It is capable of holding a spell, a specifically hold person. I wasn't sure if it would be of interest in some sort of trade or what the value could be, but I thought I'd mention it.
Holds and he goes, well, it looks like they've been expended.
We did have quite a powerful wizard look at it and said they could be refilled. It's just we don't happen to have that power.
I don't happen to have that ability as well. What you need is a proper enchanter. We're more of just a hub, a final middleman.
Wholesale.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I also just remember looking at my looking at this thing. I have 20 gold worth of incense, charcoal, and herbs for magical stuff, ritual stuff that I won't use again. Oh, except. Cook, do you need these for fine familia, or can you do that without them?
I mean, I have ways of doing it without them, but if you really don't need them, I'll just take them.
I had a feeling for this that now, and not really a place so you can have them.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you have 20 basically 2 castings worth of ingredients for that spell.
Okay, I'll mark that down. We're just going to go with a simple-looking longsword with a silver crossguard with 2 what look like jewels, but are probably just decoration on the ends of the crossguard, and then a matching one at the pommel, with a black leather sheath and silver blades.
Yes.
Longsword.
The kobold looks at it and goes, oh, that's a strong choice.
Right. Hope I don't have to use it. Thank you. Lovely.
much did it cost?
100.
Oh,
I'm going-
sorry. I
So-
missed that part, so I was just like,
The
you're
credit
just
is
taking
gone.
I'm gonna buy my
Mm,
own.
should still have.
it? No.
So hang on.
Like,
Blair, do you add the 85?
goes with my outfit.
I-
Eliminated credit to that.
Yes.
I keep track of
and
that, so
then
it's another 150 on
we
whatever
agreed on
else.
the one bigger,
Oh, no, it's
so I
separate.
subtracted
Oh, that's
that.
just from you?
We also
So
didn't
it's
factor
50,
in
yeah,
Naomi,
50.
so I added 2 more small ones. So we have 15 more in credit, and then the
I
500.
think somebody did.
No,
It was 140 for
it's
Naomi.
140 with Naomi. You said
Yeah.
120. so-
120, I forgot.
Yep. So I added
I
another
factored
20.
in 140. I
Okay.
subtracted 140 from that, so. And
So it
whatever.
should be
275
15 left.
minus 14.
If my math was right.
15 from what?
From the credit.
Credit.
Includes so 140 from the potions.
And then one bigger for
And
50.
then 50.
And 50 for your
Oh,
bag.
okay. How much was the bigger?
Oh.
The bigger one?
50. Same
It's
as
like
your
as you're
bag.
looking at the sword and just kind of admiring
Sorry.
the craftsmanship on the pommel itself.
So
it
it
does
was
seem
originally
some sort of
275 minus
craftsman
50 for the bag is
of a stylized
225 minus
uh,
140
elfish letter
is 85.
A.
Minus the bigger, which was how much?
Oh, it's 50, so bad math. My bad.
Okay.
35.
So 35.
I was gonna say I probably kept a
And
little more than
the
my
sword
so-
that Kirk just got.
The sword's
I'm
100.
gonna subtract that from group money.
Group money.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
just because it's
I'm
bigger.
gonna add 221 to the group fund because I probably should have done that at some point, and that makes my total nice and even.
So what do we have left on credit?
If with that, then basically it was 35. I don't. And then there's
So
the group
credit
fund,
was
and then
35 for
Uh-huh.
simplicity. Blair's gonna leave the 35 and just dole 100 gold out of the chest. Because
Alright, so the credit for this is him for the sword. Okay.
basically.
Okay. I just wanted clarification.
Wait,
So
you
give
don't
me-
have the chest anymore.
I figured when we picked the gold off, it would go. Blair would hold it again.
We need to transport the chest inside the chest. Because we can't just hold it out in the open.
Yeah, but you're
Yeah,
you're
you
just
have
pulling off.
the chest. I figured when we pulled off the gold and everything, Blair would go back to holding it, not in the
Well,
chest.
yeah, that's what I meant. I thought it was physically the chest. That's what I meant. Sorry.
No, just.
Because I was like, fuck, I'm not just carrying this around on the street.
I think you still have the weird heart thing though, because I
You
did
do.
not pick that up.
You do.
Yeah, Blair would have been like.
Wait, did
can
you
deal
like
with that."
pick it up?
No, we were picking things off of the metallic ribcage
I
thing,
forgot
the
that
money.
was in there.
So technically, what should have happened is Blair goes, "I'm not touching that," and Tulot probably goes, "Me neither," and I'm like, "Well, that'll be your problem." And then Ray shows up.
Fair. Absolutely fair.
God damn
We'll say as you guys are doing math,
Yeah.
Ray and Talad finally get to, after like 2 hours of walking through this metropolis, finally get to the Astra Order Temple. You get to this point where there's just these it is outside the main walls of the Corinthial ward itself, so it's like in this weird in-between jurisdiction of just the places that the 5 cities grew together. And you see this building, this one storefront, and then it has a line of stairs going down. And Ray goes down those stairs, opens a very heavy wooden door, and beckons you inside. As you go inside, it is a very dark place, only lit by a couple of oil lanterns on tables, and you see that there are 3 other individuals in this small room. All 3 of them, heads down, just kind of like swaying back and forth and praying, and they have not even noticed you 2 walk in. Ray just kind of quietly walks in between them and to another door, and he opens it, and there's more stairs leading down, and he just kind of walks down as well. He closes the door behind you guys, walks down the steps, and you see light filling a chamber up ahead, And as you walk down there, you hear the trickling of water and some sort of incense burning. You smell. As you come around this corner, you see this like fake just orb of moonlight. It looks like a moon, but it's clearly an orb just kind of elevated above this just trickling water with smooth rounded steps and this altar kind of in the shape of an anvil almost, but with more rounded edges right in the middle, just basking in the light. And he goes down.
Ponder the orb slightly as we go.
Yeah. he just looks up and goes, well, this is it. It's not much, but it's enough to do what we need to do. There's nothing lavish. There's nothing to fear losing when our time is done.
So why decorate it as much? That's very good. Very devout, all of you. Excellent.
There's no room for anything other than devotion in the Astral Order. That is why there's so few of us left.
I did see that. That is all of them? All Astra's follows here. Stop.
Aside from our network of spies, as I detest to call them, who are mostly working under their own volition and for their own causes, yes, it is just the four of us, true followers, left. Doing his work. But anyways, let's see this thing.
Thunk. Place it on our nice anvil table.
Opens it up. What is this?
Oh, the cursed heart, yes.
Cursed.
Don't touch it.
You have a lot of bad objects in your possession, Mr. Gloom.
This one is not nearly as bad as the chest. This one sings to you, and if you hold to it, it can incapacitate you, but you don't do anything bad from what we've been able to see.
Interesting. We will come to that, I suppose.
Positive Vader music.
Are you sure that would release this chest to me? The chest in the chest. The rib cage. The golden thing.
Astaroth's chess piece, yes.
I'd rather not say his name in such hallowed halls.
I agree. Yes. By my own accord, I wish to relinquish the custody of said chest.
Very well. And he picks it up, and as he does, his axes kind of swing forward towards it as it comes out of the chest, pulling, magnetizing the few bits of metal on him. You feel your adamantine flex forward as its presence is brought into the light. And he just goes, strange. Goes to one side of the wall. Ian Supre says, "O Astra, harbinger of lost souls, guider of the way through the galaxy, take this chest and keep it where the forces of darkness may never find. I relinquish." And he like pushes it against the stone and just like jelly it squishes into the stone. And he lets it go, takes a knee, prays a few times before getting up, pressing his hands on the stone, seeing that it's solid. I have done what I can.
That is best. If I may, do you have any materials that I may use? I wish to cast forbiddance here.
What materials may you need?
Ruby dust. If you haven't any, it's fine.
Not currently, but it is something that we could definitely get. I like your way of thinking.
We're pressed for resources, we are also pressed for time, so we must leave.
Indeed.
The heart, I feel we can keep with us if need be. Worst comes to worst, we can sell it. I feel it causes no earthly harm to people, but it is
If
harmful.
you feel that it is not malevolent, then it need not take up space here.
It is but a toy. It's a very strange toy, but it's a toy.
And he kind of clasps you on the shoulder. You've done the right thing. Now let me help you do the right thing. And you guys make your way back.
We're walking.
All right.
Shopping.
Final shopping. What you guys do?
I did put the total in the chat, so everyone has it. For the moment.
Smart.
Calmac.
716 gold. Okay.
Before we buy more things, but currently. Well, I hate to impose, but freeing up spell slots does benefit everyone. It would be alright to deduct the Ring of Disguise. It would be most of our remaining money, but freeing up some 5th level spells can be quite helpful. Looks at the wizards hoping for sympathy.
I mean, I'm gonna buy my own shit with my own money.
So that's fair. I have no.
I would kind of more look at Aska and go, if that's
I have
fine
no
to you.
objections.
Can't
I'm
afford
all
it.
for it.
Okay. So,
So-
Ring of Disguise, please.
All right. So, Ring of Disguise for I think 650 is what I said.
Well, you said 600, but I can't
600.
do 650.
600 is fine. So
No.
it allows you to cast Disguise Self 3 times per dawn, essentially.
With my personal money, I want, and you said each arrowhead was 5 gold apiece, and there was 3.
3 different kinds. Yeah.
So I want 9, but 3 of each.
Okay.
And I want a poison dagger for 50.
Okay. So 45 for 3 of each. And then you said what kind of dagger?
A poison.
The poison dagger?
Is there a poison that is a +1?
I think there's a venom dagger.
The
Dagger.
yeah, it's the venom +1 dagger is like 400.
I want a 50.
The 51 is just +1.
Just +1 what?
Just +1.
+1 to
It's
hit,
+1 to hit,
+1
and +1
damage.
damage.
That's what that'd be. But you also have to always it.
So instead of a +7 to hit, you'd have a +8 to hit.
But just with that one. If I just get the one.
Well, yeah.
Just one dagger.
But it's a permanent +1. Don't any time you use it.
And it's also got
Okay.
poison. Poison for Cusco.
Go, boys.
Cusco's poison.
With what level of disguise self?
Oh,
So
yeah.
the only $50 one is a
Plus
+1 hit,
together.
+1 to damage.
Or just one.
Level
Everything
one.
else is going to
Why
be
spend
like...
it?
That's our option.
Okay. Then fine, I'll do that.
That's not that.
All right. So that's 95 total personal. You gain a +1 dagger, as well as 3 fire arrowheads, which do an extra d6 of fire damage on each one of them.
Okay. Actually, hold on, let me write this down in a separate
Well,
section and I will do this later.
same stat, different type. You have 3 fire, 3 lightning, 3 poison,
So unlike
or 3 acid, my
see,
bad, corrosive.
it would say
So acid.
3 fire, 3 lightning.
And 3 acid. Each one does an extra d6 of that damage type.
Cusco's poison.
Quest, yeah.
And then the...
Cusco's acid.
No, you really need to make like a labeling system.
Yeah, I do. I'm probably going to use one of the new ones of the character sheets I figured out at home to redo everything again.
All right, any other
Because I
purchases?
can.
I think that concludes business.
The kobold is like, well, I appreciate your business. I think we've done a lot of good here.
Some good business.
Anything else I can help you with?
I think that's it. Thank you so much for your help.
Of course, enjoy. Come back and see us, and of course, as I tell all my clientele, don't die.
Good business model.
Honestly, it's the only one that works. So I'm glad we can help make your adventuring lives easier. So come back and see us again, and have a wonderful day. See you later. And he wheels back to the back.
Probably the nicest shop owner we've met.
Yeah.
straight.
That dude in Merrimack's great. So you guys, what do you do now?
Can I find anywhere that I can sell one of my daggers that I have so I don't have 4 on me?
What's wrong with 4?
Can I carry 4?
Yeah, you can carry 4.
Alright, fine, fuck it.
Throw them.
You've seen V for Vendetta?
True, yeah. So 2, I guess 2 in my boot and then 2 on the side. I guess, alright.
Dagger.
So never mind. Let's do 4.
Okay.
Dagger. 4.
So let's say Talad and Ray meet back up to you guys on your way to Oglyre.
Yeah.
Where you are. You guys make your way back to Oglyre with about an hour to spare. The sun is going down. It's making its descent. A nice amber glow lights up the north of Riverwalk. And as you guys enter Castle Oglyre, some of the Oglyre guards see you guys and are about to say something. Notice Kirk and go, "Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let you guys go in, no problem. You enter Oglyre town and make it to the castle itself.
Yay.
As you walk up, you see the master of the house, who I forget his name. It's been a while since we've seen this guy. Sable, master of the house, Sable. He sees you and goes,
Trisha.
welcome back, Mr. Kirk.
Thank you.
I don't remember either of your names, or I don't remember meeting most of you, but if you're with Mr. Kirk, then we welcome you as part of the delegation party, and hope you all are finding everything you need and readying yourself for the ball this upcoming week.
There's a ball.
Come in.
Oh, I love balls.
Yes.
I'm sure Mr. Kirk has told you all
I
about
got
it.
preoccupied.
Well, come in.
understandable.
Come in off the street. And he ushers you guys inside into the nice floor. For those of you first time in Castle Oglyre, it is.
This is the nicest shit Delilah has seen.
So nice. This is the main castle. It has a large foyer, glass chandelier, staircase running up and around to different rooms, hallways and corridors going off in different directions. You see some house servants walking around. You see a few different elvish silhouettes walking in corridors. But Sable just goes, I'm not sure if your room will have enough for everybody. We can easily secure you another bed chamber.
We've actually been invited as special guests to a certain dinner. I believe dinner.
Yes, we were invited by Keshari.
Oh, Miss Keshari. Oh, well, of course. Let me, right this way. And he kind of leads you upstairs and around past where, Kirk, your room was, continuing down the hallway, up a different spiraling staircase, up this tower, until finally you guys come across these wooden double doors. He knocks on it. Eventually the door pulls open by itself. And you see this vaguely humanoid-esque floating silhouette just kind of there. Faceless, detailless, but definitely kind of there breaking up the atmosphere. And it just opens the door and floats to the side. And Sable just goes, thank you, and walks in. Come on, if you need coats, hats, anything, this unseen servant can take care of your problems.
I thought it a ghost.
I'll undo my cloak and hand it to. I'll hold it out to be taken.
Yeah.
Delilah, did you press digitate everyone?
He did it to me.
Sure, I'll just say
I'm disguised.
along the way.
So I guess along the way we all look nice. I don't have it, he has it. I only have mending.
We don't got that road dirt.
Still cold inside, so. Keep your coat.
All right. As
Mr.
you guys
Shine.
look around your surroundings, it is a nice, like, sitting area. There is a few couches, a reading nook with a bookshelf, a nice fireplace, a kind of a steel grated staircase that goes up to some kind of loft, as well as you can see a bit of a elevated stage around the corner of the room where you would assume the like dining table and stuff is. Sable points to the couch and goes, "Hey, make yourself comfortable. I will alert Miss Keshai of your presence." And he makes his way and slowly goes up the metal, the thin wire-like staircase that leads
Do you
up.
need some help?
Oh, no. Slow as molasses going up each step. It's a little hard to watch, but eventually he does disappear up into the loft. And you guys are alone. The fire coming off the fireplace is very pleasant. And as well as the bearskin rug is what it looks like, but there's far too much white on it. And what appears to be feathering up around the neck. And you guys are alone.
Is that an owl?
Spotted out.
Owlbear. Is that probably?
Oh.
I recognize it as a player, sorry.
It's called an Easter egg.
Oh no, I broke our immersion.
Blair is the most comfortable you've seen her since we've gotten to
I
the
am
city.
so, like, I'm sitting up straight. I'm like the
Blair
most
is
proper
beaming.
I could be.
What
Probably
should
her
I
legs
do?
swinging.
I think that's just around like someday.
This floating spectral form kind of hovers up to you, holding a tray of. It looks like there's a wine bottle, a brandy bottle, and a mug, like a little cask type mug, of some kind of amber-looking ale.
Refreshments?
I am like stiff.
Take the brand.
Yeah.
Which one did you take?
Delilah is starting to understand
just
why
grab
Blair
one.
reacted the
Take
way
the
she did
brandy
to
bottle.
Swineborn.
Stiff.
I feel like I should have my wits about me.
He comes back with a tray of glasses.
Yes.
Take
Take
one.
Take class.
I just think. Hang on. I might be getting ahead of myself again. I'll make sure I have the thing.
He comes back with like a tray of like cheese and crackers.
Charcuterie.
I do not have a thing. Oh well.
Solid milk.
Jeez.
Solid milk.
It'll do.
You hear clomping and a slow descent by Sable.
And then a rapid descent.
He does descend and goes,
Help, I fall
Miss
and I-
Keshai will be down in a moment. She's just finishing her preparations. I wish you all the best tonight, and I will see you next time our paths cross. You and have a nice night. Makes his way and closes the door. A few minutes pass.
I'm literally like,
Okay, you can.
Is there a big window on one of the walls outside of the city?
There seems to be some kind of window. It is currently shuttered, but there does seem a bigger window in the room. Yeah.
Quite the
I
case, indeed.
would like to roll open the shutters and stand in front of the window with my hand behind my back, just staring out over the city.
As you stare out over the city, it becomes very obvious that you are in one of the main towers of Castle Oglyre, and the vantage point is near unbeatable. You can see the entire city sprawling out like someone spilled a box of cereal. Just all these sorts of tiny little details and and buildings and buildings and buildings and buildings and just texturing the landscape. And then beyond that, you just see the rolling fields of farmland that make the city survivable. You also see the peninsula that the city is kind of built on, surrounded by water on all sides. It is quite a fucking view.
Question. How beautiful does she look standing in front of the window with all that behind her?
Well, you know, being front lit, with hands behind, she looks very regal, and
I think
not out of place.
because I'm not wearing super nice clothes. I'm covered like shoulder to toe in this armor and my coat. So I don't look particular. I don't think I look fine. I might look more noble, like the way that an officer looks noble, just with bearing and
Powerful.
charisma. Yeah, power.
You're forgetting about Delilah's rose-colored glasses for you.
Yeah!
I'm giving the reality of it.
For the rest of us, yeah.
So as Delilah stands there gawking and
When I'm
Aska,
sitting and you see like my eye line directly to like your back and you see my shoulders kind of just relax a little and just direct eye contact to her.
you hear a voice, stunning, isn't it?
Oh, hi.
And you see descending from the staircase, wearing this beautiful, thin-strapped, kind of low-ish cut, form-fitting green dress that goes down to past her legs. You see this middle-aged, but like still like totally not taken by age. She's still holding on to her youth a bit.
So MILF got it.
I wasn't gonna say, but
I did deserve it.
What did you say?
He said so MILF, right?
You see Kaishari descending the
Fantasy
staircase,
golf
and she says again, that the view is unbeatable, best in the city. I trust all of you had a wonderful evening. Oh, last night.
Twas an evening.
Well, it was nice for some of us, not so nice for one of us.
That it was.
Well, and she strides into the other side of the room. She goes, well, come on, dinner's this way. She keeps walking up the stage and to the dining area.
I imagine Blair leads.
As you do, she kind of just looks over her shoulder and goes, and so what was on the docket for today? I heard from my assistant that you far too busy for today to mess with all that gauntlet business.
Mostly the gathering resources, like we mentioned. You had a brief religious errand, I believe.
That was correct, and I picked up a friend.
Religious, what deity?
Celestian.
Ah, Celestian, not many followers of them. Around here, at least.
Fewer now as well.
Fuck, man!
Yes, I've noticed a lot of the old domains seem to be losing followers lately. But, sorry for such depressing topics.
Oh, shit.
Master Sable noted that some of you do not know about the ball that's happening.
I do love bowls.
Well, as main ambassador of it, it is my duty to make sure that we are all properly ready for such an event.
You see just me kind of blank for a moment.
Blair kind of tilts her head curiously, not quite sure where this is going.
Yeah.
As she looks like she's not going to explain anyways, plates just kind of descend from unseen servants in front of all of you, and you see a beautiful meal of various fruits, vegetables, steak. The smell of a meal of this quality you have not ordered in a very long time. Some of you, if ever. Like, personal chef, Gordon Ramsay level meal placed in front of you. And she goes, oh, delightful, thank you. Really starts eating. Well, certainly you must be hungry.
Like an animal.
I'm sure
yeah.
we're eating.
I would assume Axiom would have taught her like manners, or like I know she's refined
not
a
a
little, but
monster.
she's I would
She's
assume
kind of-
he's like, no, we're gonna do it this way because it looks
Eating
schooling
normal.
and shit like that.
Little monster.
Probably sawing too hard, but still like.
A little
going at it, dude.
aggressive, but you got the idea.
Claire,
Big
I will
beefy
say
and
that
stuff.
as you like look at her dress and stuff, it is sleeveless, barely anything on the shoulders, and you don't see just kind of fair skin,
None of the scales that I noticed
no
before.
scales, at all.
Is she the one that you talked to that did the whole?
Yeah.
And I must apologize for all of that dreadful business last night. Trust me, I honestly was shocked that I was there at that time. I was there for separate business, but you know, fate has a funny way of coming in clutch.
If you don't mind me inquiring, what business would it have been?
Well, you see, easy answer is politics. The harder answer is keeping these fucking families from tearing themselves apart. Frankly. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm thankful to all of them. They just have a bit of way about them. Not very conducive to a proper society.
I want to ask the question, but I'm not going to as Delilah because I feel like it would be a thing.
I have no fucking clue what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Elias!
Oh,
That family in particular!
that is.
Because that's what my mind's
Currently, I
going
imagine
to.
you're just all sitting in awkward silence. So,
Blair keeps
Munchy,
looking at her
crunchy.
with like, just many questions written on her face, and none of them she can find.
every once in a while, she just looks up and like obviously sees you, flashes you a smile, and what are you eating?
Lovely dining hall.
Oh, thank you. I had nothing to do with it, but it is a tremendous space. The Kybellas have a knack for design, I'd say. They have to be good at something, don't they?
They designed it themselves. Then they don't hire people.
I imagine someone was hired, but still, when someone is paying the bills, credit must go somewhere.
I see. Interesting.
Yes.
So what
I can't decide if I'm gonna ask my question or not.
relation do you have with this family?
The Kybellas? Oh, I have known them for many years. Been business associates, close family friends. For a period, I actually helped raise some of their children.
Are you just
So you were a
staring at me?
governess?
I'm sorry.
You were a governess or a nanny?
I like to think teacher.
Ah.
Although they probably don't even remember me. They were quite young. Of course.
Is Azzura like staring
really?
Of course, the one I was most fond of hasn't been back in quite some time. I actually missed her on the last trip I was here, and then on this one, she seems to have missed me. But nevertheless,
Really, I was aware that most of the heirs of the house ever went out and about.
yes, such a strange event. She removed herself from succession. The heirship has since passed to her younger brother. I hope her the best. I hope she's doing well, finding a name for herself.
Interesting. Is the family trying to find her? Or They just let it go.
No.
I would hope so. They tend to have
I don't
many
think we
things
discussed
on
it,
their
though.
plate, but
I got a letter from my mom. About
yes, they've been in contact. I've heard from their mother that they've gotten word from her. They hope she returns one day when she feels right or something. To be completely honest, I say more power to her.
Really?
Well, of course. Who wants to be forced into doing something that they don't want to be?
Yes, Hostess here strikes me as someone who rarely does anything if it's not in her own interests.
I like this one. What was your name?
Asuka. Syndicate.
Well, Miss Asuka, you seem to be someone on a similar wavelength.
I would say my wavelength is dynamic.
As it should be.
I enjoy doing things that fit me, but I have learned I do not have quite the leisure to be so inclined all the time. I have to look out for those who are around me.
Personality for every situation.
One who wears many hats, if you will.
You're an interesting group. So tell me, in more business-related avenue, you found anything, I imagine, by going down to the quarry? You perhaps scouted out, talked to a few leads, maybe you found out what we might be working with here?
Well, we were going to find one, but we were under the impression that he was still alive.
Ah. Yes, Brandis did say something about that. No, that's what made it so peculiar. The rest of them never came back. One did very quickly and violently, from what I've been told. The way the mines are set up, there's, the way this gauntlet was set up, they smashed through an outer wall and found a, sort of, large entrance slab. Just this platform. And attached to the platform was a long, suspended bridge over a natural chasm, I assume. Scouting parties went over the bridge and disappeared out of sight. And while they were waiting on the other side of the platform, the only returner returned. Like I said, without legs, and at such speeds that I do not think was his idea.
Was his head intact?
Mostly. The impact did some damage to it.
Did
He
no
seemed-
one find are there no priests here who can speak to the dead?
Oh, there's one.
Especially dead.
I'm sure they could. In fact, I'm not sure what happened after they gained the body, but it's not really my jurisdiction. Again, like I said, I just happened to be there that night, talking to the captain and pulling strings where I can.
Do you know if anyone who walked out of there was charmed in any way?
No, they were all dead.
She just kind of flatly stares in front.
Yes, it's believe me, not a position I want to put anyone in, but adventuring parties are a dime a dozen, but adventuring parties who do not die when confronted with existential death, that is a rare commodity, and that is a commodity that needs to be nourished and helped in any way possible.
Understandable.
Now, obviously, I have no idea what your skills might be, but I'd like to find out.
and specifically above board. Yes, this would alleviate some pressure of different investigations, since we are not in a environment with ears all around. I will say that upper brass is very convinced that you had something to do with the young Galendale boy's death at the Empty Bard's Armory. Now they are hoping to move forward with that, but in exchange for a problem such as this, or a conceived problem such as this, if I can get you under my wing, and with some credit, with some obvious assurance that you are beneficial to this society, not detrimental, although you have put much strain on the five families' relations, they are already strained. That I can work with. I can pull some strings to have you out of that investigation, and rubbing elbows with people higher up than captains and guards.
Now, out of curiosity, if you may be my lady, some of us weren't here for this supposed event.
Based on the evidence, would agree with you. But association is association, and after this past incident, 2 incidences in 2 days or something like that, with the same group of people, it begins to draw questions. And few people want answers, they want solutions, and they want those questions to be gone. That is usually how things work. That is usually how things work when I am not involved.
Well, since you've been so forthright with us, I was involved. Indirectly.
Blair drops whatever utensil she was using. Just,
I was involved. I am being hunted. I don't know, perhaps the inspector yesterday passed this along. He didn't seem terribly concerned by it. I am being hunted and have been hunted for the last couple of weeks. Well, week. Not even a week. It's been complicated. We've been contending with demons and vampires and all manner of dark forces. If that gives you any clue as to what kind of potential we have, we've managed to survive so long.
Well, I'm glad to know my instincts are still mostly correct, if you are telling the truth. I believe that's right up the alley that I am working in. You see, politics is messy. There's always people out to gain something for themselves, or some monetary value, power, or just influence. But very rarely are there people out there focused on doing true good. And because the circus of power is so individual focused, even when good people do end up in those spots, they rarely get anything done. I come from an organization who seeks to remedy that, seeks to clean out some of the dirty parts of this city. Not just this city, most of this lower continent.
I ask us stands with a glass of wine and starts walking around the table towards her. And as she's talking, says, favors and information. Powerful things. And I think all of us would appreciate having some of those things on our side for once. I am all in favor of building a relationship here, if my companions agree. And as I pass her, I dip my finger into the wine and I draw a triangle next to her.
Doing this right now.
She looks down at it.
And I keep going. And ask. And I bring back to my table and I say, I would love to build a relationship. By any chance, has this organization of yours recently encountered other difficulties?
And she looks down at the symbol and goes, I believe you presume much, Miss Aska. And while, yes, I have encountered many difficulties. She takes her napkin and, like, wipes the table. But my difficulties are not isolated to this county. It doesn't go there.
Straight in the boob.
No, right, straight in the boob. Are not isolated to this county, although I do have relations with the people that you may be thinking of.
Well, interesting.
And she goes, I do appreciate the honesty, though. I've never been accused in broad daylight of being part of the Second Defiance.
Well, accused is a strong word.
It is, isn't it?
It was a question. It was a question.
But no, I think
Feelings.
I think the thread of honesty and questions and information is a thread that should be pulled on. Still have a habit of disguising.
You never know what could happen, though I was hoping to have a private audience with you whenever there was a convenient moment.
My name isn't actually Archibald Moonman.
No, it isn't.
Really tense moment then.
Sorry, I have to step on it just a little bit.
I appreciate your honesty. Any other secrets? Any other
My lips are
disguises?
sealed.
Aslan? I think that moment is now. Would you excuse us? The servants are hovering everywhere. If you need anything, just ask. They will get it to you right away. And she stands from the table.
Blair's gonna look at Tulad and say, yes, including milk, and then get up from the table.
She gets up and actually like takes your hand, and like lifts it up, and escorts you.
I share a glance with you to be, and more of it as a thing of, are you going to be okay?
She nods. Not 100% certain in the eyes, but nods.
Yeah, we never.
Can I just take off divine sense for a second? Just
If you weren't.
just for kicks.
Yeah, I I gotta pull it up. I don't think it picks up anything. I think.
I don't think that it would, but you know.
You never know.
I've assumed for
Divine sense.
celestial fiend.
Nope. You do not.
Okay.
I think.
That's cool. That's fine.
That's cool.
Cool.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get anything. She takes you to a into the kitchen basically, and you see like these just pots and pans moving by themselves, all these unseen servants just about. And she closes the door, and
That's the only door, right?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There's some windows.
Nothing.
And she goes, I can pull the shades if you wish.
This feels fine. Drops the disguise.
Hi, Godmom.
She sees you, and
But I think you knew that already.
I had my suspicions, but you never assume anything. And she like looks at you, sees the bit of gold.
Oh yeah,
Going on
full
your neck.
on.
And she goes, "So I see you figured out your curse."
Sort of. I honestly don't have many answers. Though I do believe I noticed something with you the other night. If you might have some answers for me.
Well, I can tell you one thing, and drops her disguise as well. The only thing that seems to change is green scales starting at her cheekbone and going down her neck and down her arm, almost reaching to the tips of her fingers. Solid, shiny green scales. She goes, "I can tell you one thing. The curse is not that. That is the gift. The curse is what your parents put on you to hide it.
We did remove that.
And thus, it has sprouted."
Okay. Why would my parents curse me?
Honestly, there was a reason that I was there for much of your childhood, and then suddenly I was not. Deals were made, alliances secured. You see, back in those days, back when I was young and the rest of the council was as well, it took a certain degree of magic and cooperation for the great dragon kings to pass on their line. It's very complicated for a dragon to give birth. They do not, it is not the same as other creatures or other animals. They must make their egg out of magic, out of their own essence. And they need to have something else that is powerful in magic as well to help them. Out of this came a bond. When making a dragon egg, the dragon and royal families would unite their bloodlines and help create new dragons, and thus bonding with each other. I am bonded with the Dragon Queen, Varese. Much farther north than here. I have not seen her in much time, but that is who I draw strength from. That is where I get my power. The rest of the council are tied to various dragon kings and queens. The few that are still alive. The council has dwindled. Your story is a bit complicated. When the Dragon King came to your family, the Dragon King of the Rosette, the bond was to strengthen the 5 families and the Kybella rule in total. You were bonded, and you showed great aptitude with magic and drew from the Dragon King and the new egg. You drew from it very well. When the egg hatched, well, it is a dark day in Kybella history. But the castle was stormed. The hatchling seized. And your older brother, he tried to make a difference.
It did not bear fruit. The Dragon King, obviously heartbroken and devastated, cut off ties from the Kybellas. Betrayed, he felt. When he died, there was no heir to his throne. The clan suffered, and to my knowledge, have since gone extinct.
Kind of makes a face, but she lets her continue.
Your parents put a curse on you to dampen your powers, to suppress the gift in case these pursuers ever came back for whatever reason. But here's the part that gives me peace seeing you now. Is that if that hatchling had been killed, your scales never would have came back. The curse has been broken. And the Draco Oran has returned. Which means there may indeed be a gold dragon somewhere. And you are the way to contact them.
How?
I'm not sure, but you bear a connection that no one else has.
Sorry.
As do I. As do a few others, who I hope you'll get to meet.
The dragon bitches.
This is beyond what I planned to talk about. I, in fact, feel silly to try to change the subject to anything less than, honestly.
Well, there's a big world out there, and there's a lot of problems, but you have a lot of problems at hand. I think it'd be wise to focus on those first. There's plenty of time to get into other things. Please, don't hold back.
The main two things, we could spend the next week in this kitchen, but the main two things that I suppose I want to talk about was, you'd mentioned about my parents hoping for my return, and I know you mentioned that my mother had had contact with me and that it's true. I'm not sure that I can 100% trust that things would be different. Granted, with the light of the passing, that does change the situation entirely. But part of my apprehension leads to my second thing I wanted to discuss. You have been away for a little while, and I know we missed each other the last time you were here before I myself took leave. I don't know what you've heard, and I don't know what you've heard that's not true. I effectively ran off as I did not want the arranged marriage, and I had someone else in mind. And when we were planning our escape that very night, he was, I hoped, lost, but I've learned captured. In fact, he is being held in what seems to be a dungeon over in the Baratheon castle. And I know we discussed trading and honesty and favors, and I know it's a big ask, but I was hoping there'd be some way you could assist with that, which is why I have hesitation to trust my parents, as I cannot believe they had no part in the abduction of the reason that I was leaving.
Well, first, let me say that I believe it may be a big ask, yes. Is it a bigger ask for you to go down into a god-forsaken quarry to battle who knows what, to find who knows what, for people who don't care? Yes. So I believe deals can be worked out in that regard. As for your parents, troubled as they may be, I do believe that they've always had your best at heart, if not in execution. But this apprehension, I don't think that you currently understand your place in this family. If this, and she touches your moonblade, if this is on your person, then there is not a Kybella above you.
I see no god.
And with me by your side, I don't know that anyone would dare confront you, Lorethian or otherwise.
Well, then the way I see it, it seems we have a mine to get to, and afterwards, we, gestures between us, have a lot of business to take care of.
Indeed. And the scales cover back up. She disguises self.
Use my new ring.
Ooh, fancy. I love that. Where did you get that? Oh, and about the ring is the only thing, it permanently stays with the disguise. Okay. As they re-enter the room, both in pleasant spirits. Do you need any dessert or anything?
I had heard of this thing called iced cream.
I'm sure we could whip that up for you. You eventually get your ice cream. The night goes on pleasantly. If there's any other questions that you would like to ask, you can ask them now.
At some point, asked if she knew whether any investigations into what happened at the Everbright Forge had revealed anything about what happened to Lucas.
Too early to say yet, although there have been enough eyewitnesses that say he engaged in conversation with a man, a human, before the events. Descriptions vary, but seems to be kind of
unremarkable in every way.
very plain individual, short hair, if any. But aside from that, not sure of any information. Yet, at least. It's still ongoing, it's still early.
Right.
It had almost slipped my mind. You seem aware of more secretive groups around the area. Are you familiar of any druidic groups who use, she, following Aska's lead, takes finger, wine or whatever, and draws on a napkin the star moon symbol thing?
I can't say I've heard of it, but druidic, you said, in nature.
Mm-hmm.
I can ask around. I know some ears.
Was it Green Cloak, correct?
Yes, they wore green cloaks.
You may be able to find some leads if you look into the destruction of a property closer to, something that happened earlier today.
I have not heard of that. Another one of
Possible
your
ruination of a large manor in one of the gated-off communities back in
I will
District.
say, we probably need to
tone down the building destruction.
Does it help
while in the
this
city.
was not
It makes
our
my
fault?
job very difficult.
Does it help this one was not our fault?
Well, arguably, the Everbright Forge was not as well.
We
And I'm sure you would argue the Empty Bar's Armory was not as well.
we actively had a role in destroying that one. This one.
Out. All right.
This one was pretty much destroyed right after we entered the premises.
Although,
Mr. Kirk, you look fairly uncomfortable.
I gotta call it. I feel like shit.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I texted you and I don't know what's going on. We need to leave.
Okay, well, you guys, that's easy peasy,
I know.
guys.
Sorry. And yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, stop the stream.
alrighty.
Yeah.
We'll stop it at you guys having, finishing up.
We're just we're pulling it frayed friends at it.